What is good, everybody? It's your man EC1 coming at you with a live stream. Listen, we got some things to talk about. New defense coordinator, new offense coordinator. Obviously, some news. I made a video earlier. Apologize for my language, but you gotta understand. I hate this guy with a passion. I hate John DeGan with a passion, and I wish him nothing but the worst. Guy is a weenie. Got nothing to say except good riddance, and it is what it is. So I don't apologize for my video. I do apologize for my cursing, but when I look at Jonathan again, I see Mr. Doom, Doctor Doom from Looney Tunes, Roger Rabbit. If you ever seen the movie where his eyes pop out, that's JG. You know what I'm saying? Um, we did hire a new defense coordinator, and a lot of people don't like him. I had mixed feelings with it, but like I said in my video, I'm going to give him a chance. What's the worst can worse? He sucks. Okay, then I'm going to curse him out. I'm going to say he should be fired, and this it is what it is. Um, but I'm hoping he's the guy because we need some guys who are going to be aggressive. I don't want him to always blitz. You got to understand something. I don't want a defense to just always blitz. But if you bring a scheme, it got to work. You can't bring a scheme, and when the scheme does not work to your favors, you're not willing to adjust. Now you got to adjust in this league because if you don't adjust, your opposing team that you're playing against will adjust for you. And when they adjust, bye-bye. That's how I look at it. I think the Philadelphia Eagles have some interesting hires. I don't know that too much about him, right? You're saying it's not enough. He doesn't have that much talent. You know what I'm saying? From the Bears. The Bears are terrible, okay? But he's Sean Dias. I don't know who he is. Never heard of him. Well, I've heard of him, but I don't know what he is. So I'm interested to see what he can bring. But a lot of people are getting upset because C.J. Gardner Johnson, including this one bozo today. Howard Eskin had some interesting words for Chauncey Gardner Jr. And my logic is this. What the hell? Sorry about that. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Some fucking stupid ass ad. My fault, guys. My fault. I clicked out of it. It is what it is. All right. But the presentation I was trying to show you. Oh man. So Howard Eskin, the bozo idiot, who has no idea what he's talking about. I want to bring that up. Hold up. Come on. What's it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Oh, don't play on me. There it is. All right, here we go. So Howard Eskin put this out. I don't know if you can see it, but here's my problem with a lot of people who want to blame C.J. Gardner Johnson. Is it the player's fault when your defensive coordinator don't put you in best position to win? Answer me that question. Because defensive coordinators are supposed to put their players in best position to win. How is it his fault? And by the way, Jonathan Gannon, he should be thanking every single one of those defensive players who played against with this sorry scheme, who didn't one time say in front of his face that he sucks when they should have. And you know what I noticed? They're not going to say in front of you. I learned this the hard way. People don't tell you in front of your face how trash you are. They don't tell you how bad you are until you're gone. Then the rumors start happening. Then the chit-chatting start happening. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's not the only one who called out Jonathan Gannon. Brian Dawkins did. Where's Howard Eskins quote about him? Why should a player be held accountable when the defense coordinator is the reason why he's not holding the Lombardi Trophy? Why he wasn't considered him as a Super Bowl champion? Jonathan Gannon is the reason why the 3rd and 30 happened. Jonathan Gannon is the reason why Taylor Heinicke won that game. Jonathan Gannon is one of the worst defense corners I've ever seen. And yes, I was talking shit. You're right about it. Of course, your team's in the playoffs. You're going to feel good about yourself. But in the back of my head, I knew Jonathan Gannon was going to do something stupid. And I said it after the Cowboys game. Go back and watch my video, my live stream. I said, can Jonathan Gannon play a team like the Kansas City Chiefs? Will he respect Patrick Mahomes? Then he does. After last year, you complained you didn't have talent. And you go out there and you not only you do the exact same shit, you do it in the biggest game when we need you to come through. Howard Askin talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson should be elite. Why? The defense coordinator is the reason why we're not winning the championship this year. Why do you think Howard Roseman left his ass in Arizona? Like a bum. Jonathan Gannon about to look like shit as a defense coordinator. If you think he's going to be a good head coach for the Cardinals when he couldn't be good for the Eagles, then I'm sorry. Newsflash you, he's not going to make it. They signed him a 5-year deal. That's going to get ripped up in 2 years. He's going to be fired. Jonathan Gannon is the worst defense coordinator I've ever seen in Philadelphia. And we had some worse ones. Trust me. Billy Davis. We do. But this guy, I say he's the worst because he lost in the biggest game. And you got people like Howard Eskin saying, is CJ's wrong. Why is he wrong? I wish every NFL player right now calls him out for his stupid scheme. Maybe if enough NFL players call out Jonathan Gannon, then maybe, just maybe, Jonathan Gannon might change. Probably not. He's not going to change in Arizona. If you think it's bad with Vance Joseph Cardinal fans, oh, I can't wait for you to watch Jonathan Gannon. That bend and break defense, right? And listen, there's nothing wrong with the bend and break defense if you do it correctly. But you got to have the right players, which he had. We complained last year Jonathan Gannon had no talent. What happens? We go out and get him not only one cornerback, we get him 2 cornerbacks. Oh, I need linebackers, Howie. Howie Roseman goes out and not only gives you signs you a linebacker, he goes out and drafts you a linebacker who you wanted in the draft. You begged Howie to draft Nakobe Dean. You don't even use him. Howie goes in and drafts you a defensive tackle. Howie Roseman goes out and not only signs Ndamukong Suh because your run defense was trash and you needed more help. And he said, you know what? I got you, Jonathan Gannon. Whatever you need, just win me one thing. A Super Bowl. That's all you had to do. And there's people in the comments who are going to sit there and say, Jonathan Gannon, well, here players go. I've seen people, defensive coordinators, shot to the Cowboy fans in chat, but their defensive coordinator, I've seen him lose players. And he still was able to win with less. I've seen him lose cornerbacks. Good defensive coordinators make their defense without, listen, I've seen defensive coordinators lose talent this year and still was able to make sure that offense did not beat them. They found ways to win with less talent. And you telling me he needs more talent? And when you give him more talent, he needs more talent? Stop it, man. That man in the Super Bowl showed his true colors. We were so fooled. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you again. Fool me 3 times, they ain't no more shame you nothing. Get the hell out of Philadelphia. And Howie Roseman gave him everything. And I seriously doubt that Jonathan Gannon was offered a contract, because if that was the case, he would have taken it. You think he wants to go to Arizona? Arizona's not a good place to play. Number one, coaches get fired quickly. Let's be real, Kyler Murray's not a good quarterback. People can hype him up, but he's not. They're losing DeAndre Hopkins. They're going to have to trade him. They don't got a good GM who's going to give Jonathan Gannon pieces. They got less talent over there. You think Jonathan Gannon wanted to be a defensive coordinator, head coach for the Cardinals? No, he took it because he was fired in Philadelphia if he didn't take it. That's what happened. Howie Roseman told him to get his ass out of here, no battle coming back. Take the interview, JG. You're not coming back. So when I hear people defending Jonathan Gannon, what are you defending him by? What are you defending him? How about you defend C.J. Gardner-Johnson, since he had to put up with bullshit for the whole year? In the Super Bowl, you saw heads going down, players looking confused, pointing at each other. That showed me 2 things. Number one, Jonathan Gannon doesn't do shit. Oh, by the way, everybody said, well, you wanted him to blitz. And here's a new saying for all these Gannon fans, right? Well, you wanted him to blitz. I didn't ask him to blitz in the fucking red zone. Sorry, excuse me. My apologies for saying blitz. I said blitz when you need to. Not in the end zone. That's when you put your players back. That's stupid. It's dumb. That doesn't make sense. You don't blitz Patrick Mahomes in the red zone. That's not when you blitz. You blitz when you're on third and 6, or they're closer to getting a field goal, or first down, or they're in a position to score. That's when you blitz. When you can't get the pass rush to the quarterback, you do something else. That's when you send some corner pressure and blitz sometimes. You don't blitz in the fucking red zone. What's wrong with you? Hell, if you do that in Madden, you getting carved up. So why the hell would you do it in a real game, in the Super Bowl? Makes no sense. And for people to think that that's okay, well, he did what you wanted him to do. No, he didn't. Because I didn't tell him to blitz in the red zone. I said blitz when you need to, especially, I don't know, when in the second half, when Mahomes was backed up and you had all day to blitz, then you could have blitzed. How about the fact that when Mahomes was trying to run for the first down, that's when you blitz. When you see a quarterback going down with one leg and he's injured, that's when you blitz. Not in the freaking red zone. And when Mahomes calls out the blitz, then you say, hold up, timeout. You call timeout, or you change up the scheme. Because if the quarterback knows what you're doing, probably not a good decision. And if he has to listen to his fans because he's not a good defensive coordinator, then he really shouldn't be one. If you need some fans to tell you what you need to do because you can't do your job. Oh, that's right. Jonathan Gannon, the same Gannon fans who defend him are the same ones who think that Hassan Reddick was... Come on, man. Hassan Reddick had more sacks this year. He's the same dummy who didn't even know how to use Hassan Reddick right. When Hassan Reddick could have more sex, he said, oh, I could have put him in more in a situation to get to the quarterback. Oh, he could add more. I put him back. Yeah, you made him into a linebacker. We already know that don't work. Just like Robert Quinn. All these things were signs. Everybody thought it was going to be Jalen Hurts, the reason why he lost. And there's going to be still people saying, well, he fumbled. That's not why we lost the game. I'm sorry that you turn off the game when he fumbled. How about you look at the fact, after the fumble, he came back and scored. Now, does it justify what he did? No. He makes mistakes. All quarterbacks do that. I seen Joe Burrow fumble. I seen Patrick Mahomes fumble. I seen Josh Allen fumble. I seen Tom Brady fumble in the biggest game too. I seen so many quarterbacks fumble in the Super Bowl. It's about how you redeem yourself. How do you go by it? Do you put your head down and say, oh, that fumble's going to take over my whole game? Or do you go out there and you score? He did that. And anybody has any questions about Jalen Hurts? I don't know what you want me to say. He didn't lose that game. JG lost that game. And when you got people like Howard Eskin, who needs to know his role and shut his mouth, you know what I'm saying? What did this schmuck say? This clown? These reporters are crazy, man. I'm going to pull it up a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Question for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. When are the players accountable? It can't always be the coaches when you lose players. Reason when you win. It's a team game. No, it's not. It's not a team game. When are the coaches going to be held accountable? It's a team game when your coaches are doing their job. Why should C.J. Gardner-Johnson be held accountable for Jonathan Gannon's mistakes? Is C.J. Gardner-Johnson the one who decided to call a zero blitz in the red zone? Was C.J. Gardner-Johnson responsible for Jonathan Gannon for leaving Patrick Mahomes wide open? No, that's him. C.J. Gardner-Johnson don't make the plays. He does what the coaches say. And when Jonathan Gannon calls his little sheet, he does what he's supposed to do. He's absolutely right. They didn't put him in positions to win, to make enough plays. As a defense coordinator, we got all this talent. You got one job to do, 2 weeks to prepare for Mahomes, and you come up with that BS scheme. Get the hell out of here. Don't ever blame C.J. Gardner-Johnson because Jonathan Gannon should have knew exactly what should have been done. Howard Eskin better go somewhere with that. I don't care. I'll call every reporter out. Jeff McClain, all these clowns. Why is it a player's fault? Who calls the plays? Oh, exactly. It's a team game. Oh, it's a team game. But Jonathan Gannon is not a team player, is he? Because Jonathan Gannon, if you ask me, he wasn't a team player. He didn't put his players in position. He allowed his teammate, his cornerbacks to look confused in the Super Bowl. I saw C.J. Gardner-Johnson, James Bradbury looking like they saw during highlights. They were pointing at each other. At that point, you knew the game was over by then. There should be no reason why we should have lost that Super Bowl. We were the better team. And there's going to be people in the comment section about, well, you jinxed us. No, I didn't jinx it. And if you think that, you can get the hell off my channel. You know who jinxed us? Jonathan Gannon did. Jonathan Gannon did. Jonathan Gannon with his sorry-ass scheme. I'm glad he's in Arizona. Cardinal fans, enjoy this. Because if you think Vance Joseph is worse, without less scheme, without less players, listen, the Cardinals should definitely go out and get Bradbury. Because they're going to need as much talent as possible. And they don't got Jalen Hurts there. They don't got anybody over there. Their GM is not Howie Roseman. Jonathan Gannon is a sacrifice lamb. He will be fired in 2 weeks, in 2 years, excuse me. He will not live up to his 5th-year deal like they signed him to. He took the job because the Philadelphia Eagles said, "You're not coming back, bro. Just stay there and get the interview. Because if you come back, we're firing you." Listen. You really think, honestly, Howie Roseman paid Jonathan Gannon? Howie Roseman told him to stay in Arizona. Jonathan Gannon had a clip saying, "I'm not coming back to Philadelphia." You know what I'm saying? Like a soft weenie. Don't come back. Because in Philadelphia, you need that balls. And if you don't have balls, don't bother being in defensive corner. Don't bother being offensive corner. I don't care who you are. That's why some players can't succeed in Philadelphia. Why some athletes are not good in Philadelphia and they're good at other places. It's a tough place to play. You signed up when you knew exactly what's going to happen. Jonathan Gannon didn't deserve to come back to Philadelphia. If the Eagles did try to pay him, they should be ashamed of themselves. Because if you watched that Super Bowl and you watched how he played, how he coached these players, then why the hell would you want to pay him? Especially a top head coach and money. Listen, man, I'll pay anybody in these comments right now, and I'll pay them before I pay Jonathan Gannon. Jonathan Gannon don't even deserve his paycheck. He don't even deserve to make any money. He's a soft, gutless weenie. And insult to Philadelphia and what they represent. He's an insult to a defensive coordinator. He is the worst trash bin coordinator I've ever seen in my life. And there's going to be people in the comment section defending him. What are you going to defend? What are you going to defend? He had talent. We giving him talent. He had all the talent this game in the Super Bowl. And there's going to be people blaming the field. That's fine. I understand. But here's the option right here. Ready? I don't give a damn about the field. I don't care. Because the Kansas City Chiefs played on that same field. I don't care. I don't care. When I see Jonathan Gannon's face, it pisses me off. Because we should have been Super Bowl champions. Now you got Kansas City Chief players talking about they're smoking Eagles Philly pack. You got Juju Smith-Schuster, the TikTok Nickelodeon character, wannabe, who literally is not even a good receiver, who literally is the only reason why he's in Kansas City. It's because Patrick Mahomes is there. And he know he can't win with anybody else. So he had to go to elite quarterback to make him good. He wasn't even the best player in that Super Bowl. I thought Kadarius Toney had a better game. Sky Moore had a better game. Travis Kelce had a better game. But you got those guys talking. And I can't sit there and say they can't talk because they won. As much as knowing they are. I blame JG for that. When your offense is giving you the lead, not once, not twice, 4 fucking times. And you can't, I don't know, call something else. You know what I'm saying? You blitz in the freaking, you do 0 blitz against Patrick Mahomes in the end zone. And you got people telling me, oh, you won in the blitz. Not in the end zone, I didn't. Go try that in Madden and see how that works. Because if it don't work in Madden, why the hell would you do that in real life? He must have thought it was Madden. Because shit, we weren't on rookie mode. It looked like we were playing all Madden. Listen, the Kansas City Chiefs Mahomes looked like he was on rookie mode. We looked like we were all Madden. All Madden. Not all pro, not pro, all Madden. Because we couldn't do shit. You had 2 weeks to prepare. I don't want to hear about no damn fucking field. Get out of here with that. That's an excuse. I don't do excuses. The bottom line is Jonathan Gannon lost this game because he's incompetent, because he shouldn't have been the right defense coordinator in the first place. And listen, I am so angry at myself that I wanted this client. You know what I mean? You remember when we used to beg for this guy to come to Philadelphia? You remember how desperate we were to get him? I feel like an idiot right now because if I knew this was going to be this guy, I would have said, no, keep going. I'll take my chance with someone else. This guy was supposed to be taking away the football. Where was that? He was going to do a lot more different schemes, right? You could have made it, okay, he didn't have enough talent. You go and get him talent. And this guy had what? What did he do? Against elite quarterbacks, he's beaten one. Trevor Lawrence. He's lost to B- average quarterbacks. Taylor Heinicke, he's not even a great quarterback. And he lost to him. He almost lost to Cooper Rush. If it wasn't for that defense, who he should be thanking for that job. So when I see C.J. Gardner-Johnson calling out Jonathan Gannon, I don't see a problem with that. Why don't Howard Eskin tell us and tell C.J. Gardner-Johnson why should we not blame Jonathan Gannon for all these mistakes? Now I get it. Sometimes the players are in bad positions. That goes back to coaching. You're a defense coordinator. If you know your players are not in great positions to win, you fix it. You don't sit there and not do none. It's stupid. That's a disaster the way it didn't happen. So, yeah, it is Jonathan Gannon's fault. And I don't blame C.J. Gardner-Johnson one bit because he affected his money. He affected his opportunity to win a Super Bowl. You got veterans who cried in the Super Bowl. Not only did C.J. Gardner-Johnson call, listen, Howard Eskin, where was this when A.J. Brown called him out? A.J. Brown said, I knew the game was over when the defense got the ball. Newsflash you. He was taught by Jonathan Gannon. Defensive coordinator. Yeah. So when you got idiots who like to sit there and make excuses for Jonathan Gannon, it makes me sick. And there's some YouTubers who do that. We ain't going to call them out. They got their own platform. They want to sit there and want to rub, what they want to run nuts on Jonathan Gannon. They want to, come on, bro. Breathe, my dude. Get this thing out your mouth. Pause. But still. People are so obsessed with the 70 sacks. I don't give a damn about the 70 sacks. Because what did it do in the Super Bowl? Huh? And this ain't just the Super Bowl we were talking about. We have said this from the beginning. Since last year, not this year, not the Super Bowl year, but before that, when we were in the wild card. You needed players. Harry Roseman goes out and gets you players. And you do nothing but just disappoint. Get your ass out of Philadelphia. Don't come back. And guess what? I can't wait for him to come back. I might see if I then I'll have a job and everything like that. Listen, I might get tickets. I might go to that game. So I can throw popcorn at Jonathan Gannon. Like a sorry-ass bum. Sorry-ass weenie. A weenie. He's a weenie. Not a man. You're a little boy. You can't take Philadelphia. Get your ass out of here and don't come back. Go to Arizona. We don't expect nothing from you. Because I don't know if the fans even watch the games. Hold up. Let me know if there's any Cardinal fans. Because they're not going to be on Jonathan Gannon. They might accept Jonathan Gannon. Because they don't expect to win nothing. They just say it is what it is. We expect to win. When you do a job, you do it right. This is blue-collar working city. If you're not about working, get the hell out of Philadelphia. And I'm talking about defense coordinator, head coach. I don't care who you are. You can be the greatest player. You can be Jerry Rice. If you don't want to be in Philadelphia and you don't want to show it, get the hell out of here. I don't give a damn how good you are. I don't care how damn popular you are. You don't have to be here. It is what it is, man. We listen. So no, I don't think C.J. Gardner-Johnson should apologize, and I hope C.J. Gardner-Johnson does not apologize because he didn't do nothing wrong. You see, we got to understand something. At a certain point, you can't be the one taking the blame. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is the reason why Jonathan Gannon has a job in Arizona. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is the reason why the Cardinals even thought about hiring him. James Bradbury, if I was him, I wouldn't go to Arizona. Unless you want to lose. Now, he might want to go to Arizona. Some people like his scheme. But I don't see any Eagles player going to Arizona. And if they do, hey, it is what it is. Jonathan Gannon didn't want to be in Arizona. I have a hard time believing the Eagles paid Jonathan Gannon. And like I said, they did try to pay him. Shame on them. Because if you thought that he deserves head coaching money as a defense coordinator, that's what you do for someone like Lovie Smith. That's what you do for someone who has a good resume as a defense coordinator. Not for that dude. He's the opposite of defense coordinator. You know what I'm saying? Bug-eye looking Roger Rabbit, Mr. Doom, with them big eye glasses. And if you don't know who I'm talking about, I'm gonna show you. Let me stop the screen, present, share screen. By the way, this is so much easier, man. But this is what Jonathan Gannon looks like. When I see this clown, this is what he looks like. This is what he looks like. Dr. Doom, Mr. Roger Rabbit, villain. The same dude with them bug eyes, with them sunglasses. Under his sunglasses are those kind of Looney Tune eyes. That's what I see. You know what I'm saying? Tell me that ain't him. He got the sunglasses and everything like that. Wonder why he has sunglasses on. Probably have those eyes. You know what I'm saying? How is it Gannon's fault for four couldn't do anything? The front four couldn't do anything? Cowboys for life. No offense. Jonathan Gannon lost us the Super Bowl. If your front forward can't get there, and I don't mean to yell, but that, come on, man, you're smarter than that. What would happen if, let's say, Dan Quinn blew in? Let's say you had great players around you, and Dan Quinn decided not to. Okay, the front four didn't get there, and you just sat there and did nothing as a defense coordinator, right? And you're sitting there watching this guy. Oh, by the way, he blitzed in the middle of the red zone when Patrick Mahomes is in the red zone. And he blitz. But that's not Dan Quinn's fault. Whose fault would have been? Because I know you wouldn't be saying that. You would be saying Dan Quinn lost us that game. When your offense gives you points after points after points after points after points after points, and your offense is the reason why you're in this game, and your defense coordinator in the second half, when teams are adjusting, and you come out with the exact same scheme, oh, no, it is his fault. And if the front four don't get there, that's when you blitz, or you send pressure, or maybe you change up the scheme. You don't blitz in the red zone, but you blitz when you have to. When your front four is not getting there, then maybe you need to do something to help the front four. That's the one thing I respect about Jim Schwartz a little bit. As much as I didn't like him, the scheme, his front four got there. And when they didn't get there, he would blitz. JG does the opposite. Opposite Jim Schwartz. He doesn't do nothing but just sit there while his team gets exposed. And then we hear this stupid press conference. Oh, well, you know, I could have done this. Too late now. The confetti already dropped. Patrick Mahomes was just rated as Super Bowl champion, MVP. You should have been doing that. Why does it have to take you for watching film for you to not understand? Because you should have did it in the first place. And Chiefs, what they did their homework. 2 weeks to prepare. You didn't go by and watch other games of the Chiefs and watch how they beat Patrick Mahomes. I would have watched some film on how to beat Patrick Mahomes. Oh, they did this right. Oh, you see how Patrick Mahomes struggled? Let's attack that. Let's do that. No, let's go with the same scheme. Don't change nothing. Nope, there's the JG way or the highway. And he chose the highway. The Kansas City Chiefs did their homework. They went back and they saw the Jacksonville Jaguars game. They went back and they saw the Dallas Cowboys game on Christmas Eve. And they said, that's how you beat them. That's how you beat them. If you're in motion and you're with and JG's is the deep corner on the other and you're versing him, you can expose that team. JG's weakness is himself. He does not want to blitz. But sometimes you don't got to blitz all the time. But you got to blitz when you have to. And Jonathan Gannon doesn't do that. And I'm asking, listen, and for a lot of people going to think Jonathan Gannon should blitz every time, that's why I'm saying, no, I'm not. I don't need you to blitz every time. But when your team is not doing their job, because your plays are not working, because in order for your team to succeed, your boss has to put you in best position to win. It's like when you go to work, right? If your owner or your manager does not tell you how to do things, and you don't know what's going on, you mess up. Same way as a football field. When Jonathan Gannon tells you a play, you have no choice but to obey. You can't just sit there and say, I'm not going to do that play. Jonathan Gannon tells you what play. He calls it. So he is responsible for whatever happens. The players only can do what the players are told. How is that C.J. Gardner-Johnson's fault? If you blitz, you're going to just make it harder. If you blitz, you're going to just make it harder in your secondary. But if your front four is not getting there, and you're struggling, then you don't just sit there. Do you? No, you do blitz. Sometimes you blitz, and yeah, you'll get beat, but it also shows the quarterback. Do what you want, but we're not scared of you. And we're going to be all day long. We're going to make you uncomfortable. Eventually, that quarterback's going to throw a pick. And it depends how you blitz. You sometimes have to scheme up a blitz. Sometimes you scheme. That's what scheming you do. That's why it's called scheming. Mix different coverages. Not do the exact same things. Everybody knew what Jonathan Gannon was going to do. And when Patrick Mahomes sees you blitz in the red zone, then maybe you should call a timeout. But when you're not in the red zone, that's when you blitz. And sometimes you got to blitz. When your front four is not getting there, you sometimes have to send other heat to help. Send some reinforcement sometimes. I'm not asking John to get into blitz all the time. That's not how it works. I get that. But when your front four is not getting there and you're not getting pressure on this quarterback, because in this day and league, quarterbacks are getting stronger. They recognize coverages. And they will destroy zone defense. And when you do not adjust, you get killed. You get destroyed. You get pantsed. You get swirled in the porta potty or in the toilet. You get put on your ass. You get stomped out. You get knocked out. You pretty much lose is what I'm going for. Because you don't want to give a quarterback any confidence. Yeah, you'll blitz a little bit. I'm not asking you to blitz all the time. But when your front four's not getting there, you do everything you can to help your defense out. And he doesn't. So no, I don't get what you're saying. I get blitzing don't help all the time. But when your front four don't get there, you don't just sit there and wait for your front four to get exposed. That's how you lose. You sometimes have to blitz. And listen, if you can't trust James Bradbury, you can't trust Darius Slay to hold his own. Then maybe those corners are not good enough. Maybe they're not as good as you think. Because if I blitz, my corners better lock down these receivers. If my corners are getting beat, then maybe they don't need to be here. Because in this day and league, you need to have cornerbacks. When you do blitz, they need to be able to make sure they can go with these receivers. I understand blitzing can cause a lot of things. Trust me. When you blitz, you pretty much give up a lot. But listen, I'd rather give up a lot and let them try to take a big shot. And listen, then allow my front four to get exposed and they're able to set up the pass again. Because you're going to get exposed no matter what. If you don't blitz, they can sit there and just rip you apart underneath and just dink and donk away to the end zone. It's what they did. They weren't explosive. Patrick Mahomes didn't throw the ball. Didn't throw bombs every time. He went underneath on them. He said, okay, you want to do that? Bam. 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 That's what they did. They watched the Jacksonville Jaguars game. They watched the Cowboys game on Christmas Eve. They watched the Chargers last year, and they did the homework. And they said, we got them. No matter how good they are. Do I think the field is part of it? I think the field was, listen, the field is no excuse. It shouldn't be that slippery. But let me tell you something. If the field is slippery and your front four can't get there, which is your biggest reason why you're in the Super Bowl, then you do blitz. Because eventually, Mahomes is going to see that blitz and he's going to make a mistake. Depends how you do it. You got to scheme. You can't just blitz automatically. You got to make sure you can mix up different things, throw them off balance. And that's what you do. Sometimes you blitz from here, sometimes you blitz from there, but you make sure he can't adjust to what you're doing. You can blitz in this league, but you got to be smart. Not doing dumb shit like blitz in the red zone and do a zero blitz. But you do it when you're not near the red zone. That's when you're in the red zone, that's when you play your guys back. That's when I know, okay, I understand you're playing back now. But in the middle of the field, no, you send the fucking heat. The fact that Mahomes' jersey wasn't dirty and it was clean says a lot about what we were doing. You can blame the field. I'm not blaming the field because the Chiefs played on that field. The Eagles played on that field. And we can argue the Chiefs didn't have any sacks because, listen, they couldn't get the Jalen Hurts because they were slipping too. So I ain't trying to hear that. Everybody slips. Nobody was perfect in that game. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. JG didn't do his job. So I'm not going to sit there and give Jonathan Gannon an excuse. If they had blitzed more, they still lost. You complain again and blitz too much. If they didn't blitz, they would have lost. You do know Mahomes, a lot of his picks were because of blitz, right? You do know that, right? You do know that a lot of quarterbacks, depends how you blitz, you can throw them off. But sitting there not blitzing, and while your defensive end's getting exposed, doesn't help. You blitz at the right times. I'm not asking John to get into blitz. Oh, first down, let's blitz. Second down, let's blitz. No. But you do when you have to. You know what I'm talking about. Don't play stupid with me. I can't believe people are trying to sit there and say, well, you still would have lost. We wouldn't have. And I would have took my chances with that. Because honestly, we might have got a better results than that. The Kansas City Chiefs, they have no receiver that can really stretch the field. I don't care about blitzing. Blitz them. They don't have anybody to stretch the field. There's no Jamar Chase on that field. There's Travis Kelce. That's his only target he went to. And Juju Smith-Schuster, Darius Slay, one-on-one, cover him. Man, cover him. Now what you going to do? Huh? They didn't have anybody to stretch the field. So, yeah, it would have made sense to blitz Mahomes. Because they had no weapons that really could stretch the field like the Eagles can. It'd be different than Mahomes had Tyreek Hill. Okay, you don't blitz then. But he didn't have that. They weren't taking deep shots. They were thrown underneath. That's when you blitz. Because you know he can't throw the ball down the field. He has nobody to stretch the field on. And I'll take my chances going against Juju Smith-Schuster, who's a third-string receiver, who, let's be real, to me, is a bum, who got on a good team, went on the run, and played with one of the best quarterbacks. And Van Scantling and Moore, whatever the hell they have, Kadarius Toney, am I supposed to be scared of them? No, I'm not. That's when you do blitz. They got nobody to stretch the field. Of course I would blitz. Beat me with your arm then. Let's see if Patrick Mahomes can beat me down the field. Because all they wanted to do was run and throw. Listen, Kansas City Chiefs didn't have anybody to really throw to. Their game plan was the dink and donk, run the ball, take some clock off the field, make sure Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are on the sidelines. Attack that pass rush. Because if you get that pass rush exposed and you able to make sure they're not relevant, you can kill their secondary. They weren't going deep. That's what you got to understand. And I would take my chances with Juju Smith-Schuster, who sucks, who's not an elite receiver, who's never been one. Since Antonio Brown was his number one in Pittsburgh, he has been nothing but a headache doing TikTok dances. Then leaving Mahomes to sit back and beat me in the middle and just dink and donk into the end zone. They weren't taking deep shots, man. So for you to sit there and say, if they blitz, Mahomes wouldn't have be able to throw the ball because he had nobody to stretch the field. You got to understand, they don't got Tyreek Hill anymore. I take my chances with Travis Kelce. Put C.J. Gardner-Johnson on him. Oh, you want to throw the Juju Smith? We got Darius Slay over there, right? That's supposed to be an all-pro corner, right? If I can't trust my corners to do their job, then they don't need to be here. I got to trust my corners to do their job. You get paid millions. I expect you to hold down these receivers. My front four can't get there. I'm going to have to send some more heat. I want to throw Mahomes off his game. I don't want to make him sit there and be comfortable. And that's what he did. He was comfortable all game. Oh, man. Stupid stuff like that, man. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Yeah, Jerry Jones got to go. Jerry Jones ain't going nowhere. I mean, typical Cowboy fan. I'm just saying I blame all the DC. So who should I blame? Who should I blame? I'm a typical Cowboy fan. JG's the reason why we lost the Super Bowl. I'm not even going to read that comment. It's stupid. It's dumb. Come on, man. You're smarter than that. Smarter than that. Go somewhere else with that. Jalen Hurts is the reason why we're in this game in the first place. Let me be real with you. If Jalen Hurts was not a quarterback, we get destroyed. Oh, yeah, it would have been a body. I don't think we would score more than 2 points in the whole game. Yeah, I'm going to play in the defense coordinator because he's the reason why we fucking lost that Super Bowl. I think A.J. Brown quote had more to do with Mahomes. No, it had more to do with Mahomes because Mahomes was killing that defense and they couldn't get one stop. Mahomes was. Let me know if I'm wrong. Is Mahomes going against Jalen Hurts or is he going to go against Jonathan Gannon's defense? Who is Jonathan Gannon supposed to prepare for? Let me know. Was it Mahomes, right? You didn't have 1 week. You had 2 weeks. What were you doing? Because to me, you didn't do nothing. They did their homework. They went back and watched the Cowboys game, as I believe, on Christmas Eve. They went back and watched the Jacksonville Jaguars. They went where we were getting exposed at, and they said, we're going to attack that way. That's what good teams do. That's what good teams do. And I got a great one for you. You saw the KC defense coordinator? When his front four wasn't getting it, what did he do? He blitzed. And sometimes it was successful. And listen, credit to Jalen Hurts. The kid's just phenomenal. The way he was able to spin away and throw the ball to Pascal for a first down. Normal quarterbacks would get sacked or they would throw a pick. But he's mature enough to understand, I got an open receiver, let me throw it to him. But a lot of times, if you notice, when they blitz Jalen Hurts, when the front four, when Spags, whatever his name is, said, I can't get my front four to him, let me send some more heat. You ever notice? That's when the fumble happened. Oh, yeah, because of that blitz. That's what good defense corners do. When your defense is not pressuring these quarterbacks and your front four can't get there and your scheme is not working, you change it up. You ever heard of the saying? You do something, try something. If it's not working, you try a different way. Maybe you ain't heard that. But as my mom told me when I was little, if something don't work, you try it a different way. You don't do the exact same things over and over again. I guess Jonathan Gannon wasn't taught that. Because maybe his parents told him, oh, just keep doing the exact same things. Maybe he was taught, do the exact same things. No, keep doing it. It's going to work eventually. No, it don't. And you know Cowboy fans wouldn't be saying that if Dan Quinn was doing this. So, listen, it is what it is. We're going to move forward with Jonathan Gannon. I just want to get that rant off. We got other things to talk about. Sean Diaz, the defense coordinator. Listen, I said in my beginning, I'll give him a chance. I'm all for giving defense coordinators, especially new ones, chances. I'm not going to sit there and say he's horrible because, like I said, I have not watched him. People say he's worse than Gannon. Okay. I hope not. I hope the Eagles did their homework and say, do we want another Jonathan Gannon? Because if you do, there's no point about building a roster up just to go to Super Bowl and lose. I don't think the Eagles got another Jonathan Gannon. I don't. Because there's only one type of Jonathan Gannon. You can win him with this bend and break defense. As much as I don't like it, I've seen teams win with bend and break defense. They won Super Bowls. But they also did a lot. And when they couldn't get, like I said, the front four, they blitzed when they needed to. That's what Jim Schwartz did when he needed to. He adjusted when he had to. As much as stubborn as a clown he was. And listen, he was sucked as a defense corner when it came to cornerbacks because he couldn't put them in good position to win. But let me ask you a question. I think JG would have never won with Jim Schwartz's talent. I think Jim Schwartz would have won not only with the 2017 roster, but I think he would have won with 2022. 22. You don't think he would have won with that defense? He never had that type of defense. He was begging for it. The Eagles never gave it to him. Gannon couldn't adjust in the second half. That's what happened. Why couldn't he adjust in the second half? Explain to me. If you can't adjust in the second half, don't show up. We're not going to sit there and make excuses for him. Man, I'm not trying to hear that. I'm not trying to hear that. Tell me he couldn't adjust. Why couldn't he? They adjusted. That's what good teams do. Good defense coordinators. Good head coaches. Right? He's a good defense coordinator, according to y'all. According to some Eagle fans. Right? So I can't expect him to adjust in the second half? Are you serious right now? You know, Cowboy fans wouldn't be saying this if it was Dan Quinn who was doing this. They're so lucky. And listen, I'll take Dan Quinn in a heartbeat. Hell, they bitched when the other defense coordinator was there before Dan Quinn showed up. Who was that guy? Rob Manelli or something like that? Weren't you blaming him? Oh, okay. Oh, it wasn't the defense, right? No, don't blame him now. Don't blame the defense. No. No, it wasn't the defense fault. It was the player's fault, right? You see how that works? It doesn't work too well. Because we know the defense coordinator got players in positions to win. Same with the head coach. When I go to the job and my manager tells me to do something, I'm going to do it. If I don't do it, I get fired. Players have a job. They listen to the defense coordinator, who is paid to call plays and put them in best positions to succeed. Tell me he can't adjust in the second half. You got to be serious, man. Get out of here with that. It's the dumbest thing I ever heard. How can you hate someone when you don't even know him personally? So I can't hate someone because I don't know him personally. I hate Jonathan Gannon because he's the reason why we lost the Super Bowl. You don't make no sense. You don't got to know someone to hate them. I don't like him as a defense coordinator. I don't hate him as a person. No, I do hate him as a person because he's a freaking entitled jackass, jerk off, with a smug ass smile on his face. Entitled piece of shit. Sorry. I do hate him. I don't like his personality. I think his ego gets to him. I think that he doesn't care. And he words are words, actions are actions. Your actions show me you didn't care. You could say what you want in the press conference. Your actions told me you don't give a damn. What? I do hate him personally. Because instead of us being Super Bowl champions, like we should have been, now we got to start over. And you know how hard it is to get back to a Super Bowl? It's not that easy. I do hate him personally. I hate his guts. He's the reason why we don't have a Super Bowl. He's the reason why Mahomes and all these Kansas City fans are running their mouth. He's the reason why TikTok boy is over there dissing all the Eagles players, making Valentine letters to James Bradbury. He's the reason why. He's the reason why the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. Why wouldn't I not hate him? I don't got to know him personally. I don't want to know him personally. He's a stooge. I'm glad he went to a terrible organization. The Cardinals ain't about winning. Because if they were about winning, they wouldn't hire that clown. They would have looked at someone else and say, I think he's more qualified. JG proved you something? What did he prove you? He's a nice person. Okay. What did he do in the biggest game? Good coaches win you big games, right? Good coaches, whether defense, head coach, offensive coordinator, quarterback coach, receiver coach. We're going to talk about him in a minute. Win you games, right? Right? Isn't the name of the game is as a head coach is to help your players succeed? And when you don't do it, you get criticized. Makes no sense, man. I don't need to know him personally to hate him. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Stop saying dumb shit. Please don't. Please don't say dumb shit. I'm not in the mood today for that. If you want to say dumb shit, I'm not going to answer your question. Stupid shit like that is why Gannon is out of here. You know what I'm saying? What's up, UC1? What's up, Sam Bell? What's up, man? You know what I'm saying? I mean, no disrespect to you, but I could be a Tennessee Titan fan. Boy, oh boy, if I was a Tennessee Titan fan, man. Let me tell you something. I said it along, man. A.J. Brown, I did not think that trade would have won. I'm sorry for that, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to disrespect Tennessee Titan fans, man. You know, a lot of them were just mad. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why they took it out on him. Like I said, I would have taken it out on that GM. GMs do that, deserve to be fired for that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, A.J. Brown, the fact that we got him, it still don't make sense to me. Especially what we gave up. And, you know, if I'm a Tennessee Titan fan, I'm still pissed. Shout to them, though. You know what I'm saying? Because he's their best receiver. And I do think if the Tennessee Titans had A.J. Brown, they probably would make it probably at least to the AFC Championship game. But I think that A.J. Brown, people don't understand how good the fact that he can block, too. See, people love to talk about Derrick Henry. And Derrick Henry's a great running back. But A.J. Brown made Derrick Henry big holes that you saw him running like there were nothing. A.J. Brown's a very good blocker. And that's why Miles Sanders had a 1,000-yard receiver. I'll keep on saying Miles Sanders had 1,000 yards rushing because A.J. Brown was a good blocker. I did too, man. Oh, you pick Kansas City? Yeah, man. I wanted A.J. Brown to win it, man. I did. I wanted Jalen Hurts to win it. Because now you got people who don't know football talking about, oh, well, the fumble is the reason why Jalen Hurts lost that game. Eagles lost the game. No, he didn't. But I guess people want to not blame Jonathan Gannon. It's a Jonathan Gannon kiss-ass show. I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? I feel bad for A.J. Brown. I feel bad for Devontae Smith. I feel bad for Jalen Hurts. I feel bad for all these other guys. They worked their butt off. And too bad we got an incompetent defense coordinator who didn't work his butt off. He's like that Sports Center kid who got all these people who's supposed to bow down to him and kiss his ass because his name is JG, and he helped them record 70 sacks. No, he didn't. The defense really helped JG record those 70 sacks. JG didn't do shit. JG is not the reason why they got 70 sacks. And let me be real with you. They should have had more than that. With that defense? Oh, I expect more than that. Why would it not? That defense should have broke the 85 Bear record in sacks. Whose fault was that? Jonathan Gannon. The same clown who people want to defend, who I keep on saying is the most ignorant person, jackass, piece of crap I've ever seen in my life. I don't give a damn how great of a person he is. He's a dick to me. Because now you got people who are not even in the Super Bowl talk about, oh, see, that's karma. You got 49er fans talking. Players talking. I wanted to shut them all up this year. It sucks when I have to say, oh, no, we made it to the Super Bowl. Yeah, but we didn't win. What good is it to talk about Super Bowl when we didn't win the thing? I don't want to just be there. I want to win it. There's no trophies for losers. You either win or you lose. You're a winner or you're a loser. And the Eagles are losers. In the Super Bowl, they lost, right? I'm not giving participation trophy. Oh, it was a great year. No, because you didn't finish the job. And I'm not blaming the players. No, I blame some of the players. Like the one that everybody wants to bring back, Miles Sanders. No, keep his ass in free agency. I'm done with him. Let him go somewhere else. Get a big contract. People are crying over Miles Sanders. I'm not crying. I was crying when he fumbled in the Super Bowl. Not once, but twice. He's cost us games. Miles Sanders only got 1,000 yards receiving in rushing because of that offensive line. I tell you again, people don't like it because they don't know what they're talking about. That offensive line, I can run through and I get 1,000 yards. Hell, I think if you put Derrick Henry in that offensive line, I think he would have run it all the way to a Super Bowl. The Philadelphia Eagles are looking to get another running back, not named Miles Sanders. They're not paying him because, number one, they don't pay running backs. Number two, because he's not good when it comes to being consistent. He's a shifty running back, flashy running back, but he doesn't hit the holes. He fumbles the ball in the biggest stage. I'm not paying a running back that type of money. In the biggest stage, you fumble. One of it should have been, let's be real, we got away with that call. That should have been a fumble. That should have been 7 points the other way. Instead, it wasn't. So when people talk about the James Bradbury call, I'm not going to do that because we got away with the call too. It was all the way even, in my opinion. I don't blame the refs. I don't do that shit. That's for Cowboy fans to do. That's for 49er fans to do. I don't do that. I call how I see it. My defense coordinator, I'm not even gonna call his name. He doesn't deserve to be named as his name. He doesn't deserve his name. He lost that privilege. My unknown defense coordinator, Lucifer himself, Satan himself, Dr. Doom himself, with the big eye, Google eyes, from the Roger Rabbit Looney Tunes. Yeah, he was part of the problem. No, he was 85% of the problem. And Miles Sanders was the other 2% of the problem. And Quez Watkins. And we're going to talk about the receiver. I'm glad I can bring that up too. Aaron Moorhead is not a good receiving coach. I know a lot of people want to hear it, but I'm going to ask you again, like I said, to a lot of other people. What talent has he developed since he's been here? This man has been here since 2020. Mac Hollins? No. J. Joseph wasn't? Nope. Jalen Reagor? Nope. Who, Devontae Smith? Devontae was already ready for the NFL from the beginning. He didn't need to be coached. He was already coached from Alabama, from Nick Saban. He was already ready. A.J. Brown's already been coached from Tennessee. He was already ready. We're about to trade Quez Watkins. Now, I'll say this. I don't think Quez Watkins is bad. I think part of it is receiver coach. Aaron Moore sucks. Terrible. He has not shown me at all that he should be the receiver coach. Because if you can't get out of a 6th rounder with all the potential that showed flashes, and he's still fumbling, and it's not just Quez Watkins fumbling. It was A.J. Brown fumbling. It was Devontae Smith bombing the ball. That goes back to what I said. People don't like it. It's coaching. What are you doing in practice to help these guys out? We want to trade another receiver just to get another receiver in the draft. And you're going to fail him because the receiver coach sucks. Charge my thing. Hit that like button, by the way, guys. Appreciate y'all coming on. Listen, I'm not going to be, everything is roses and beautiful butterflies. That's for y'all to go on. If you don't like what I have to say, I'll say it over and over again. I'll say it again. You don't have to be here. But I appreciate for the ones sticking with me. You know what I'm saying? It goes back to coaching. Aaron Moore is not a good receiving coach. I don't care how nice person he is. I don't give a rat's ass about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about none about that. The dude is terrible. Do I think part of it's Quez Watkins? I think Quez Watkins is in his head. Quez Watkins is not getting taught. They're treating him like a 4th round receiver. And sometimes you need one-on-one with that receiver to help him out. I remember in 2017 when Nelson Aguilar, before how bad he was, the only good year he had, that receiver coach was studying with him every day to make him at least decent. He was working on drills, holding the ball. You have all these drills. If you know your player is struggling, you go one-on-one with them. And you take them to the side. And you work on with them. You don't sit there and just let him fail. Yes, he's adult, but he's still kidding technically. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like Aaron Moorhead. I never did when we hired him. What has he done to be qualified as a receiver coach? Because he played as a receiver? So T.O. should be a receiver coach because he played as a receiver in the league, right? Does that make him a receiver coach? No. What did Aaron Moorehead deserve to be receiver coach? Did we just hire anybody at this point? Aaron Moorehead is not a good receiver coach. And yes, Quez Watkins is terrible. But he's not the reason why he's terrible. I'm sorry, Quez is not the reason why he's terrible. It goes back to coaching. You're not developing these guys. And everybody wants to draft another receiver. They want the Jalen Wyatt. That's great and fine. You could trade Quez. It's a business. I get it. Who is developing that receiver? Because if they're the same dude, we're going to the same problems. Now, I hope I'm wrong. Maybe he is Quez. Maybe he is horrible. Maybe he goes to another team and doesn't produce. Okay. But knowing Quez, and I've seen this so many different times where we've seen players go to a new team that they get traded to, or they get released and they go to. They become starters. They become good. And they show the stuff that we did not see in Philadelphia. You really switched up on Gannon. Man, I don't give a fuck about Gannon, man. Gannon switched up on me. What are you talking about? Listen, man. Gannon switched up on the Eagle fans. How about that? After the 49ers game, we were convinced Jonathan Gannon was going to be a good defense coordinator because we thought he changed. So he switched up on us, technically, because he went back to his old ways. I didn't switch up on Jonathan Gannon. I had my promise with Jonathan Gannon from the day one. I given him credit for it when he does good. I'm not going to sit here and kiss his ass because his name is Jonathan Gannon. He got sunglasses. I don't do that. Go to a new channel. There's plenty of Jonathan Gannon kiss assers on platforms. Go to one of them. I don't do that. I tell you how it is. I've given Jonathan Gannon praise. But when he does horrible, I will criticize him. I'm not afraid to criticize him. You might. I'm not. I don't care what people think. There's many platforms where they'll kiss his ass for you. Go to one of them. If you don't think that I'm bringing a good perspective, I don't care. Jonathan Gannon is trash. Yeah, he did good for 3 good playoff games. But in the biggest stage, he went back to his old ways. And in the Cowboys game, if I remember on the live stream, I said, and if you don't know, go back to watch it. It was on Christmas Eve after the game. Christmas Day, I believe. I said, I don't know how he's going to do with a guy like Patrick Mahomes. Is he going to respect him just like he respects Dak? 3rd and 30. I switch on Gannon. He switched up on me. He switched up on the Eagle fans. When he did that fake ass, try to act Philly tough, sit there and talk about, we're going to gut these fucking guys. And we're like, oh, yeah. I didn't make a video about it. I wasn't fooled by it. Y'all were. I said we were going to win because of one thing. Not because of Jonathan Gannon. I said we were going to win because of Jalen Hurts. And I still think with Jalen Hurts, if he had 1 minute remaining on that Super Bowl, if we did not get that flag, and that goes back to fundamentals too, because you should know as a corner not to, I get it. It's a tic-tac call, whatever you want to say, it is what it is. It happened. I do think Jalen Hurts would have won it, despite how bad Jonathan Gannon was. And I still would have been talking about how trash he was, even after the Super Bowl if we won. While y'all was celebrating, all you Eagle fans were celebrating, laughing, giggling, I'd be saying Jonathan Gannon sucks. While you sit back and talk about we won a Super Bowl, I'd be saying Jonathan Gannon should not be back here next year. I hope they fire him. Because we get a better team. There's no reason why I should have been that close. I don't give a damn it's Patrick Mahomes. We were the favorites going into that game. There was no reason why we should have lost that Super Bowl. This is going to go down as the worst Super Bowl loss, in my opinion, that I've ever seen. And I watched the Super Bowl 04 with Tom Brady beating us or cheating on us, whatever you want to call it. Watch McNabb choke in the Super Bowl, throw up on the field. This will go down as the worst because this is the game that we're favorites. The Patriots game, I don't think we were favorites in that game. This was the game we should have been favorites in, and we should have whooped the hell out of them. We really should have blew them out. That defense was too talented to lose to a team like Patrick Mahomes, who squeaked through the Bengals by a roughing the passer call. There should have been no reason why. I don't care how much confidence they have. You're the better team. You got there because your defense was good, despite how bad your defense coordinator. And I thought maybe our defense coordinator, despite how bad he was, we can overcome what is bad deficiency. Unfortunately, you can't. Sometimes, as bad as the defense coordinator is, it affects the whole team. With Jim Schwartz, at least, he was bad, but, he didn't try to make himself even worse. Jonathan Gannon, not only he called the game worse, he made his whole team worse because they quit on him. And I'll say it again, when they were looking at each other and they were pointing fingers at each other and they were sitting there yelling at one another, when Bradbury and C.J. Gardner-Johnson were going at it, that's how you knew the game was over right there. I knew the game was over by then. Because it went back to we didn't have our players ready to play. They didn't look like they were ready to play. And it shouldn't be that way. Anyway, this is a good stream. I appreciate it. A lot of people won't like it. I don't give a Brad says. But back to what I was talking about before I got caught in Gannon. I'm not going to talk about Jonathan Gannon. He's in Arizona anymore. He's in Arizona. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck every fan who likes him. I don't care. Oh, by the way, it's not a kiddie-friendly channel. So don't allow your kids to watch this because I'm not going to be a kiddie-friendly. It's my channel. You know what I'm saying? I don't respect Jonathan Gannon. Fuck, dude. Seriously. I hope he has the worst career in Arizona. I pray for the worst for him. Like he did for the worst for us. By losing us a Super Bowl. With that talented defense. No, I don't respect that dude. Switch up on Jonathan Gannon. Man, bye. I'm going to ignore that comment. Lo, I guess I guess he did switch up on you. He did. He switched up on me the day he wanted talent. Watch again. He switched up on the players that were busting their ass for him to keep him relevant. He switched up on Nick Sirianni when Nick Sirianni was trying to give everybody some courage that Jonathan Gannon was a good defensive coordinator when he wasn't. He switched up on players who came to Philadelphia to try to help this team win a championship and play on his terrible scheme. He switched up on Howie Roseman when Howie Roseman, who I bashed before, but listen, I'm not going to do that anymore because he has been a good GM for. Listen, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'll bash Jonathan Gannon. Howie Roseman showed me I can't do it anymore. He proved me he's a great GM. GMs don't go back-to-back Super Bowl champions. I mean, back-to-back almost Super Bowl champions. And he's shown aggressive Howie. And I'm starting to think maybe it was Jeffrey Lurie that was holding Howie Roseman back. So I apologize. And that Crow video is coming soon with, not Crow video, I assume tied with Howie Roseman. I'll do that eventually. It's coming. It's coming before the season for sure. You know what I'm saying? Because I owe him a big apology. You know what I'm saying? But he wasted Howie Roseman's time. Howie Roseman, if he knew Jonathan Gannon was going to do this, he wouldn't have got him all these players. He switched up on Howie Roseman, who gave him everything. I don't have talent. Okay, JG, we're going to go get you talent. When the Washington game came around, you couldn't stop the run. What did Howie Roseman do? He could have fired you from the beginning. And I was calling for his job by then. He went out and got in Dominic Sue, Lindelöf Joseph. He was aggressive. And You want me to sit there and say I switched up on him? No, you switched up on me. You're right, you did. You switched up on everybody who had faith in Jonathan Gannon. Because these Jonathan Gannon fans have to look for another excuse to try to back him up because he let them down. There's a lot of Eagle platforms who love Jonathan Gannon. Why? I don't know why. They think that, the players have to play in the scheme. Yeah, but the players also have to be in a good position to win. You can't have a scheme, and if your players don't play in a scheme, then you make sure the player in his right position to win. I didn't see Jonathan Gannon yell. I saw Nick Sirianni yelling at the players in the Super Bowl, cursing out the players when they did something wrong. I didn't see Jonathan Gannon doing that. Jonathan Gannon looked chill with his sunglasses. Like I said, he looks like Dr. Doom from he looked like Dr. Doom from Roger Rabbit. Yep, this is exactly what he looks like with the sunglasses. Look like Dr. Doom over here, man. Tell me that ain't him with them sunglasses on your head. Got the sunglasses and everything like that. Dr. Doom over here. So, no, I don't feel bad for Jonathan Gannon. I don't feel bad for him. I don't care what you say, Lily. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? You think I switched up on him? Hey, I did switch up on him a long time ago. I just thought I would have more confidence. I thought since we're winning, it's no point in being angry. I'm sorry I had confidence in my team. I'm sorry I expected Jonathan Gannon to win me a Super Bowl. Like he got paid to do. Right? All the talent, you have a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Yo, not only got a chance to go to the Super Bowl, you got a chance to not only show you can be a good head coach. You got a chance to show all the haters that hated you, like me, to be quiet. And prove to all these other Jonathan Gannon fans that you were a really good defensive coordinator, that you were. Instead, you showed me once again you weren't. You were incompetent. You were lazy to adjust when you had to. And for people to think that blitzing in the red zone is adjusting and he blitzed and you want him to do that, no, I didn't ask for that. And if you think that's an excuse for why he's blitzed, you're a fucking idiot. And you don't know what you're talking about. Because you don't blitz. If you can't play in Madden and you can't actually blitz in Madden and it doesn't succeed, then why the hell would you do it in a road game? You're playing Madden at this point. You're not being realistic. You don't blitz in a red zone. It's zero blitz. And Mahomes calls it out. You call a fucking timeout. Second, the quarterback says, blitz. Call a timeout. Or change up the scheme. Disguise something. Is that so much to ask now? Am I supposed to kiss the defense coordinator's ass now and say, oh, there. It's all right. It's all right. We don't expect you to scheme. We know it's not your fault. My fault. I'm sorry I had more expectations for you as a defense coordinator. Since you needed the talent, we got you down. Now you're crying. Now I'm supposed to be happy that you didn't adjust. I'm supposed to be okay with being mediocre. I'm supposed to be okay with mid results. I'm supposed to be okay with my defense getting exposed in the biggest game of my life, or getting exposed against a team that we should have absolutely ripped apart. They weren't Tyreek Hill. I'm so glad we played Joe Burrow. People talk about we should play Joe Burrow. No, we shouldn't, because Jonathan Gannon would have got absolutely ripped apart. It would have been a 50 burger. The Bengals would have won the first Super Bowl against us. Newsflash for you. They would have. Joe Burrow would have sat back and killed us. Jamar Chase would have had a day. T. Higgins would have had a day. Joe Mixon would have had a day. I'm glad we didn't pay. I'm so glad we played the Chiefs instead. You want to know why? Because if we played the Bengals, it would have been a 31. It would have been a close game. It would have been a blowout. The Bengals would have scored at least 2 touchdowns. Every drive, they would have scored a touchdown. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I'm not going to talk about that clown anymore, bro. Matter of fact, get him off my fucking screen. Get this clown off my fucking screen. Fucking Jonathan Gannon. Get his ass out of my screen. It is what it is, man. But no, back to Aaron Moorhead, bro. I don't think he's a good receiver coach. And listen, you could trade Quez Watkins. Listen, do I think Quez needs a new scenery? I do. Do I think Quez is it's all his fault? As much as I bash him? No. I mean, again, yeah, I get it. Quez is trash. I mean, you say he's trash. But again, man, we've seen flashes from Quez Watkins that say he's not. I think the problem is, it goes back to it. When a receiver is in their head, and they got to think, if I don't catch this, and I'm not making excuses, but listen, Quez showed me he can catch the ball. My problem with Quez is this. He doesn't go for the ball. He waits for the ball. That's coaching right there. That's coaching. When a receiver coach, as I learned as a receiver coach, you tell the receiver, always go to the ball. You never wait for the ball. That is receiver coach not putting in his head, go for the ball. You ask why Devontae and AJ doing it. Because Devontae and AJ already been taught that. They don't need Aaron Moorhead to tell them, they'll listen to him. But they don't need that. They already got the skills. Devontae's always been taught in Alabama. Why do you think the receivers always go to the ball and are aggressive in Alabama? Because they're taught by Nick Saban, fight for the ball or sit your ass on the bench. You don't sit in football as a receiver. You go to the ball. You don't wait for the ball to go to you, because that's how you become, like we just saw in the Super Bowl. You're dropping balls, or the cornerbacks read you and they pick you off, like in the Cowboys game. That's fundamentals. So I'm not going to always blame that on Quez. As much as I don't think Quez is an elite receiver, I'm not expecting him to be. But he should be better than what he is. And we can't just blame it on Quez. And I agree with Philly Notion. Someone told him he was an idiot for that. No, he wasn't. Someone told him on Twitter that he was an idiot for saying Aaron Moorhead is trash. Aaron Moorhead is trash. He's terrible. Aaron Moorhead has done nothing. Nate, can somebody in the comments tell me who has he developed? Don't tell me Devontae Smith. Devontae's already been developed since Alabama. Who? Who has been developed under Aaron Moorhead? Who? I'm waiting. Who's been developed under Aaron Moorhead? Don't say Devontae Smith, because like I said, Devontae was already developed since the day he walked in the draft. He was already developed. AJ's already been developed in Tennessee. Who was developed by Aaron Moorhead? What has Aaron Moorhead done? He sucks, bro. He's not a good receiver coach. So when people sit there and say people are idiots for saying Aaron Moorhead's trash, he is. You're an idiot for not even sitting back and listening to why people think that. What has Aaron Moorhead done? He's been here since what? Doug Pearson was the head coach? When was he hired? Is this his third year? And you can't develop a fucking receiver? What your job is? What did Aaron Moorhead do? Who is he developed? Because somebody in the comment section will name me who is he developed. I'm waiting. And take your time, because it's going to be a long wait. Who? For everybody who thinks Aaron Moorhead's not a bad head coach, tell me receiver has he developed? That's not been cut, not been traded, and not have regressed. Who? Tell me. Because every receiver that went from the Eagles to another team has been successful. John Hightower, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think is a Chargers starter as a receiver. Let me know. I think he's played special teams. Would have been nice if we had him, right? Would have been nice if we had another receiver that we could develop and put him on special teams, right? Chargers were able to do that. Let me know. Now we're going to trade Quez Watkins. And listen, if the Eagles trade Quez Watkins, it is what it is. I'm not mad. I'm not going to be upset. I'm not going to be happy, though, because it goes back to who is developing the receivers. Y'all want Jalen Wyatt? You want to go and get another receiver? Why? Aaron Moorhead is a terrible receiver coach. He can't develop nobody. You think receivers are supposed to grow on trees suddenly and become superstar receivers? We are so blessed to have Devontae Smith. you know what? We're spoiled to have Devontae Smith and AJ because we forgot how good receivers are. And that's a good thing. But it's also a bad thing. Because now we want Quez Watkins to be this guy. And Quez is never going to be elite. That's never going to be his type of caliber of receiver. But you should be able to depend on him. And the fact that we can't, because we got two stooge nods, one on defense coordinator, who's no longer here, and still one as a receiver head coach, who should have been fired from last year. Or how many years has he been here? The Indianapolis Colts / receiver was no expectations how to be receiver coach, still have the exact same issues. Now we're training another receiver that we drafted, where we just traded another receiver, Jalen Reagor, who's a first-round pick, who he couldn't develop either. Well, who has he developed? Let me know. So when you see content creators talk about Aaron Moore and you think that they shouldn't talk about how he's trash. Anybody don't think that? Let me know who is he developed as a receiver, who is on his team right now playing a high level. Don't say Devontae Smith, because Devontae was developed since the day he walked in the draft. He don't need Aaron Moore here. AJ Brown's already been developed since he was in Tennessee. Who's he developed? I'm waiting. Aaron Moore is not a good receiver coach, man. So, yeah, we trade Quez Watkins. We might get a nice pick back. Maybe a late pick. But who we drafting? Another receiver? Another receiver. A project receiver, probably. Because we're not drafting. Let me put it out right now. We're not drafting a receiver in the first round. We're not drafting a receiver in the second round. I'd be shocked if that happens. We're probably drafting a receiver more than the third and fourth round, where you need a receiver coach to develop these guys. And the resume shows he can't. Because we're training Quez Watkins because he's not developed right. And he hasn't developed into what we want. Does that go back to Quez Watkins? Part of it. But also part of it, another part, the big reason, is because we got a horrible receiver coach named Aaron Moorhead, who should not have been a receiver coach in the first place. Who I think was on Doug Peterson's coach staff after 2017. They hired him when Mike Groh was fired. Or was he Nick Sirianni? I forget when he was hired. I think it was 2021 or 20, somewhere around there. It's been a long time since he's done anything. If he has done anything. He hasn't done nothing. It should have been, he should have been gone. So I'm just wondering, right? We draft another receiver. Let's say we draft another receiver. We trade Quez, right? Quez goes, let's say he goes to the Patriots. Right? You trade a 6th-round pick. You send him to New England. They need a receiver. Bill Belichick loves those fast receivers. You know what I'm saying? Mac Jones with another weapon, unless they draft another quarterback, probably. I think the Patriots need a new quarterback because Mac Jones sucks. But that's not the point. Let's say Quez goes to New England. And now he's balling. Right? Everything you want in the Quez Watkins, he's now balling. And now we have another receiver in the room. Say Jalen Wyatt, a fast burner. High Eagle fans recommend pick. Eagle fans love this kid out of Tennessee. Let's just say, right? And he don't do nothing. Do we blame the receiver? Do we trade him too? Or do we look at the receiver coach and say, what are the fuck you doing? What are you doing to develop these guys? Eventually, we got to look at these coaches and say, what are you doing to help these receivers? Like, right, we blame Nick Sirianni for the play calling. Hell, we'll blame him for the Super Bowl loss. Right? We'll say, I heard one guy, I think it was someone, one of those public Eagles insiders who was on Breakfast on Broad Street, whatever his name, where he was saying that Nick Sirianni should have told John DeGannon to be more aggressive. Why should Nick Sirianni tell Jonathan Gannon to do his job properly? Does he need to hold his hand and help him pee? Does he need to change his come on, man. He's a grown-ass adult. He shouldn't have to tell him that. But we blame him for that, right? That's what I'm trying to say. We'll blame offense coordinator Shane Steichen, but we won't blame the receiver coach. The receiver coaches are always with these receivers. Every day, all day, supposed to working on techniques. And not only we see Quez Watkins fumbling, we saw A.J. Brown drop the ball. We saw Devontae Smith bobble the ball. It should have never happened. That goes back to receiver coaches not doing their job, not putting the fundamentals in their head, not showing them the techniques, not preaching it every day. Don't fumble the ball. Tuck the ball in. Now, maybe Quez Watkins is horrible, right? Getting another receiver, maybe Aaron Moorhead wasn't the problem. But if we get another receiver in this draft, because I don't think it's going to be second round or third round or fourth round. I think it's going to be fifth and sixth. Same where Quez Watkins drafted. Or maybe a little bit higher. And we can't develop nobody? Are we going to trade that receiver too? Are we going to say we're done with him? No. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to look at Aaron Moore and I'm going to say, you got to go. Especially if Quez goes out into another team and balls out, which I've seen it so many times, it could happen. Now, I'd rather have the Bengals over the Chiefs. No, I don't rather have that. They got terrible. So did Patrick Mahomes have terrible offensive line. So did Patrick Mahomes. Didn't stop him from running over us. It didn't stop his from trash being receivers from killing our secondary. You think Jonathan Gannon would do good against Ja'Marr Chase? Hell no. That would be a nightmare for the Eagles defense. Number one, Joe Burrow can throw the ball, and these receivers are fast enough to get downfield. Number two, if you allow Joe Burrow to sit back in the pocket, he can rip you apart. And Joe Burrow can run. Not fast, but he can run if he has to. They also got a running game. They also love to stop the running game. No, I would not like that matchup. Now, when I think of it, when I look back at this game, I wouldn't like that matchup. It might sound great at first. Yeah, you'd rather have Joe Burrow over Patrick Mahomes. Because, Andy Reid has been here before. But the Bengals were hot. And it would make no sense for Jonathan Gannon right now, the way he played in that Super Bowl, especially in that Super Bowl, to go against a team like the Bengals, who can not only score on you, they can run on you, they can throw on you, they can create turnovers. I think receivers would have played great against it. I don't believe in a secondary. But I do think the receivers would have given us a hard time with the secondary. I do think Ja'Marr Chase would have that. Ja'Marr Chase would kill us. No, I would not wish that. I'm glad it's just the Chiefs. Because anyway, look at we still would have lost. But Patrick Mahomes had less talent than the Bengals. However, I'd rather Bills over both those teams. No, the Bills are another team that would not want Jonathan Gannon to play. Jonathan Gannon would have to play a guy like Brock Purdy again to win. Jonathan Gannon would have to play a guy like Baker Mayfield. Jonathan Gannon would have to play a quarterback like a Carson Wentz. Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Mahomes would carve up that defense probably worse than what Mahomes did, especially Josh Allen. With Diggs and Gabe over there, no thank you. Man, Jordan Davis has to step up. He got bulldozed all day in the Super Bowl. Sean Davis has to get him ready. And like I said, man, I'll say this, and thank you for the question. I appreciate that. I appreciate the question. I mean, not the question, the statement. Pretty much what you typed in. Jordan Davis, I think, will step up. He got it, right? Because he's a first-round pick. You know what I'm saying? You are drafted to replace Fletcher Cox. You were drafted in the first round. We traded with the Rave. We traded in front of. We traded with another team and jumped in front of the Baltimore Ravens to acquire you. You better show up. And I think Jordan Davis will have a great year. I'm not worried about him. Just like a lot of people worried about Nakobe Dean. I'm not worried about Nakobe Dean. Nakobe Dean, let's be real, Nakobe Dean should have been a first-round pick. He fell down because someone made a stupid article, false narrative about how he got injured when that wasn't true. Just like I would not be surprised if Jalen Carter falls to the Eagles and the Eagles somehow pick him up with the 10th pick. Because, if he did get arrested, they're going to act like it's all that. They're going to make it way worse than it is. Now, again, here's my thing with the Eagles. The Eagles don't pick guys like that. Why do you don't think they picked Michael Parsons? Because all the shit they said about him, the fact that in college he was doing things he wasn't supposed to, whether it was right or wrong, GMs are not going to do that. If it is true that Jalen Carter got arrested today, I would not be surprised he goes to Dallas. Somehow falls to Dallas. Or falls to a team that's desperate. You know what I'm saying? Now, I would hate that, but that is a Dallas-type player right there. And then let me ask you a question, right? If Jalen Carter does that, what makes you think he won't do it again? See, as GMs, you got to understand that. Like, as GMs are going to sit there, they're going to talk about that. What makes you think he won't do it again? Now, he's young. Now, if we have a chance to get him, I would draft him a heartbeat. Now, I hope that Howie Roseman definitely would draft him because he's the best defensive tackle, best pass rusher, other than Will Anderson in this draft. And if he falls to you at number 10, man, I don't give a damn if there's no corner. Listen, Joey Porter Jr. could be on that board. You take Jalen Carter. You add him with Jordan Davis. You got a really good defense for the next 4 to 5 years down, 4, 5 to 6 years down the road. And they're on their rookie deals. You were straight because Jalen Carter is going to destroy a lot of quarterbacks, man. This guy's a freaking star. And if he falls to the Eagles, I'm not saying it's going to happen because I don't think he's going to fall to the Eagles. Let me be real. I don't think the Eagles are going to get a chance to draft him. I think he goes to the Bears. If he don't go to the Bears, he'll go to Arizona. There's no way in hell. And I don't see him going past the Lions. I don't see him going past the Raiders. I don't see him going past a lot of teams. A lot of them would love to have a Jalen Carter on the team. So I don't see the Eagles getting him. Not unless they really trade up. Houston Texans need passer. They're not pass. They don't care. Listen, they don't care if he has a DUI. They took a guy who was smoking pot. What's his name? The dude that they drafted in the first round. What was his name? Laremy Tunsil. Remember him? Remember the dude was smoking pot in a gas mask? During the draft, they showed the video. They don't care. They'll take a chance on him. They need talent. With DeMeco Ryans over there, they need talent. So they'll take a chance on Jalen Carter for sure. But I just don't see him going past those teams. Those are going to be the teams that are going to need pass rushers because the reason why they were bad, well, they need everything. But part of it why the Bears were bad because they don't have pass rush. I don't see them going past that. That was Miami took. I don't think so. You might be right. My fault. Well, Miami did take him. My fault. I forgot Houston traded for him. My fault. I'm sorry about that. I knew he's one of those teams. Does he completely frustrate that young star Dean to play no snaps? I think. No, I wanted Dean to play snaps, man. Like I said, man, I think Dean is a traditional talent linebacker that we got lucky in the third round. Nakobe Dean is a star. And I do think if Nakobe Dean was playing in that Super Bowl, I think he gets a sack on Mahomes. Because Nakobe Dean is made for those moments. You ask, why would I put a rookie out there in the Super Bowl? It's the last game. And let's be real. I'm not a fan of Kyzir White. I don't want him back. I think he absolutely blows. He had one good game. That was preseason. Versus the Jets. You picked off Zach Wilson. Congratulations. Tell me why we paid you again a 1-year contract when you couldn't get an interception. This guy missed tackles. This guy wasn't good at covering. He showed some flashes in the playoffs. But I need a linebacker that's going to be a dog. If I'm the Eagles right now, I'm calling up the Chargers and say, what would it take to get Kenneth Murray in here? Now, a lot of people ain't going to like it. But listen, Kenneth Murray, 5th-year option might not be realistic for the Chargers. They got to pay Justin Herbert too. They're losing a lot of players because of Justin Herbert's contract. They need the money. And with Kenneth Murray, who's struggling in Chargers because they don't use him right, new defense coordinator, I say bring him in. I've been a fan of Kenneth Murray since the day he was in Oklahoma. Guy was a star, and I think he is a star. I just don't think he has a chance. When Nasir Addison, whatever his name is, the linebacker from the Chargers, I mean, I don't think they use him right. If you look how they use him, they don't use him right. Some linebackers are coverage linebackers. Some linebackers are just react and go. And Kenneth Murray's a react and go. You know what I'm saying? Also, I don't think they develop him. I think he would be perfect in Philadelphia. And I would buy his jersey immediately because I think he's a star. I really do. I think if you get Kenneth Murray, he is going to be one of the best linebackers in Philadelphia. You would say. Yeah, I said it. We had a good linebackers, but this guy is only 22 years old. Now, there's the question. You know, do you want to take a chance on that? You want to take a chance on a linebacker? You know what I'm saying? That struggle. A lot of people, don't want him. Okay, you don't want to trade for a linebacker. Then, I've been looking at linebackers in this draft. Go get me Trenton Simpson from Clemson. There's your linebacker right there. But like I said, Eagles don't draft linebackers. That's why I was so ironic that Nakobe Dean was in the Eagles' lap. I can also argue this, right? I don't think the Eagles would have drafted Nakobe Dean in the first round if they need a linebacker. I think they drafted him because they wanted to make sure Jonathan Gannon had all the talent in the world. No excuses. Not because they wanted a linebacker. He was the best player there, first of all. Because Jonathan Gannon begged for Nakobe Dean to be an Eagle. And he didn't use him. The rumors were going around that Jonathan Gannon wanted Nakobe Dean. And Howie Roseman wanted something else. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I believe it. Jonathan Gannon wanted all this talent. He came and put him out in best position to win. Honestly, I'm not wanting Nakobe Dean out there anyway. I'm going to tell you why. Because Jonathan Gannon would have destroyed Nakobe Dean's confidence. Or he would have made Nakobe Dean look bad when he wasn't. I also don't like Nick Rallis. I'm glad he's in Arizona. You know what? I'm so glad Nick Rallis is in Arizona. That dude was horrible. Oh, he's going to be the new defense coordinator for Arizona. Huh? What a joke. Listen, that franchise is trash. Trash quarterback, sports center brat named Kyler Murray, a midget quarterback who can't throw the ball. Worth of crap. Misses receivers. Yells at his receivers. Plays video games when he's supposed to be studying. Right? I mean, they literally had to tell him. They literally had to give him a contract where he was not required to study. He had to put in his clause. They had to put in his clause to study. And he wouldn't take that because he didn't want to study. After that, I would have got your ass out of here. I don't give a damn how good, talented you fucking are. Get your ass out of here. You don't want to study. Go be a gamer then. Listen. There is gaming where you can make money. Stream on Twitch if you want. Who the fuck puts a contract says you can't study? Nah, man, you would have got your ass. I would have got his ass out if I was the GM. I'm glad I'm not the GM. I'm patient for dumb people, man. Arizona been poverty for years. Yep, and they're gonna be more poverty. It is what it is. I got to see Dean Moore play before calling him start in NFL level. I mean, listen, you saw Nakobe Dean. You saw him versus the Tennessee Titans. He literally threw Derrick Henry on the ground. If that ain't a star, I don't know what to say. Because Kazir White didn't do that. TJ Edwards didn't do that. Damian Taylor, who everybody expectation didn't do that. If that ain't a star, Lily grabbed him one arm and threw him down against the Tennessee Titans. And that was Derrick Henry, by the way. People saying it's not, it is. It was. Go back and watch it. That was Derrick Henry. You saw Nakobe Dean make plays. If that ain't a star, I don't know what you say. I'm not saying he's going to be a Hall of Fame star. I'm not saying get the jacket ready. I'm saying what I saw this year, the glimpse of I saw from Nakobe Dean, I think he has a better year. If Nakobe Dean wasn't having two linebackers on the same team as him, if someone needed, listen, if the team really needed a linebacker and they drafted Nakobe would have been the day one starter. Do you understand we got him in the first round for a reason? Well, no, we got him in the third round when he should have been a first round pick. He was projected to go in the first round. But like I said, someone made a stupid false report saying he was injured, that he needed surgery, when it wasn't true. And he lost money off that, too. And he also going to play more anger because he lost money. He lost, listen, when you are a first-round pick, when you're supposed to be a first-round pick, and all the scouts says you're a first rounder, and you fall in the third round, you'd be thinking a couple things. What's wrong with him? Nothing wrong with him. Why is he falling? The fact that teams didn't call up like Howard Roseman to his doctor and say, why is he falling? Why was Nakobe Dean falling that far? Oh, nothing wrong. All right, we'll take a chance on him. No. But let that make sense. The Ravens took a chance on the guy who tore his Achilles. And they did it in the second round. Come on. You know what I'm saying? I thought Nakobe Dean was literally a first-round pick. A late first round, early second. The fact he dropped, listen. Things happen in mysterious ways. Sometimes you're blessed, man. No? Sometimes you're not. I got it shredded by the run, bad against screen, play soft zone. Man, got shredded by the run. What are you talking about? Footage from 2021 Bears listen, and listen, if the new defense coordinator plays the exact same way Jonathan Gannon, he does not do it, I will call his ass out. I will make clown emojis. I will put clown faces on his faces. I will do everything I can to make him look bad. If he is bad, well, I don't got to make him look bad. But I got to give everybody a chance. I gave Jonathan Gannon when we first hired him. I was happy and excited about it. I gave him a chance. I gave Nick Sirianni a chance when people were bashing him. I given so many other teams, so many players chances, so many coaches chances. I got to see what he is. I want to see what he is with a full roster. You know what I'm saying? I want at least a decent roster. Maybe he is horrible. And if that's the case, then the Eagles didn't do their homework. And they rushed. Then listen, if you miss Jonathan Gannon, should have stunned him in the regular season. But again, why would you want that same scheme? You can have that bend and break defense if you want. But give me a defense coordinator that's going to be making adjustments. That's not going to have his players in bad position. The problem with Jonathan Gannon wasn't the scheme that he ran. It was him being stubborn. when it came to players not put in positions to win, when you're not doing what you need to do to be a good defensive coordinator, when you're not helping your players in desperate times, like, I don't know, the Super Bowl, when you're not getting pressure with your front four and you don't send some heat, you don't pull that, you don't blitz, you don't do nothing. And for people saying you want him to blitz every time, no. But how does it make sense when he's blitzing in the red zone, 0 blitz against Patrick Mahomes? That's when you play back. The bend break defense is only good for a defense coordinator who can adjust. And it only works so well if you got the right players in mind. And we did have the right players. We didn't have the right defensive coordinator who put his players in best positions to win. He did the opposite. He made his players fail. He put his players in harm in tough situations. Like putting Marcus Epps on Travis Kelce. Is that really smart? Is that a good defensive coordinator? Then you got people make excuses, talk about, oh, well, you know, if you knew his scheme. I don't give a damn about his scheme. I don't care. When I see my defense man like Robert Quinn in freaking linebacker mode against the Commanders, when he should be sacking quarterbacks, I have a problem with that. I don't give a damn. That scheme is stupid then because it doesn't make sense. I don't care about your scheme. Do your job or get the hell out of Philadelphia. The bend break defense is not the problem. It's the way they use it. And some of these defense coordinators, not just Jonathan Gannon, but there's other defense coordinators who use it and don't do nothing when it fails. They sit back and they allow it to come. No, I don't respect that. Because you want to lose, and I don't want to lose. When you do that, you want to lose. Then you already quit, man. So leave and go somewhere else. And let me get the coordinator that's going to make adjustments. As much as I hated Jim Schwartz, like I said, he adjusted when he had to. He was bad with the corners, no question about it. But he didn't have that same talent John DeGan had. I don't even want to fucking say that. Get that shit out of my mouth, man. He didn't have that safety like John DeGan had. He didn't have the cornerbacks. He had Ronald Darby and Jalen Mills. Trash. Both of them get beaten double moves. I guarantee Jim Schwartz would have played a lot better with this defense. And as much as I hate Jim Schwartz, I'm starting to think twice that we got rid of him. Because honestly, I think Jim Schwartz would have been a lot better. Yeah, he didn't blitz, but his front four got there. And when he had no choice, he'll blitz. He was stubborn, though. But he would blitz if he had to. JG doesn't do that. It's either my way or the highway. Well, you chose the highway. Get the hell out of here, go to Arizona. Yeah, I get it. Maybe Dias footage is horrible. But again, did he have the right players to run that scheme? Because we know Jonathan Gannon had the right players to run the scheme. I don't know about that defense coordinator. The Bears are trash. Let's be real. The Bears don't got talent, man. They got okay talent. They got some stars over here. Brisker, I think, is going to be really good in the NFL. I think Brisker is a star safety for sure. I think he's going to be the star safety in the Bears. John Johnson's a nice corner. They don't know what's up with Justin Fields. They don't know if they want to trade him or draft another quarterback or even consider keeping him. They don't know. They're a train wreck. The Seahawks, I mean, they're another rebuilding organization. They're a train wreck. So, again, I don't know what they are. It's different when you come from one team to a team that's ready. And I think if you know how Roseman's going to try to rebuild that defense like he did in the Super Bowl, I think they're more aggressive in his draft. I think we draft younger players. But I think we get that. I think we still do the exact same mindset we did last year. JG should be on a team that wants to tank. Yeah, the Cardinals. The Cardinals. That's why they're tanking this year. Because they're trash. And they're going to be tanking for the next 4 to 5 years. Yeah, I know why I hired them. They want to tank. You're absolutely right. The Cardinals, they want to tank. They don't want to be winners. If they wanted to be winners, they wouldn't have hired Jonathan Gannon. They would have looked at the Super Bowl in the second half and they would say, why would we want that as our head coach? Especially a guy that's supposed to help Kyler Murray. You're going to help Kyler Murray? You can't even help your corners. You can't help your safeties. You know, I love when all these Jonathan Gannon fans are about, you got a great one in Arizona. I'm going to miss him. No, you don't got a great one. I'm going to tell you Cardinal fans like this. Stop listening to that BS. Those are Gannon lovers. If you watch Jonathan Gannon, you're going to freaking hate him. I can't wait for the Cardinal fans to start drinking. I'm going to see a lot of them on YouTube. I don't know if there's any, but there is. And you think this is a great hire? Because I've seen a lot of Cardinal fans say, well, this is a great hire. Eagle fans are mad. Why am I mad? I'm happy he's gone. I'm happy that bum is gone. You know how many times I wanted this dude fired? Thank goodness. Take him. Take Nick Rallis with you. Miss you. Nothing bad to say about Cardinal fans. Only Jonathan Gannon and the other clown that he brought with him. The two stooge dons. Take the whole scheme with you. We don't want that in Philadelphia. Why would we be mad? The only people who are mad are the Gannon fans who think there was nothing wrong with the scheme. Oh, it's just Patrick Mahomes. We're supposed to just let him sit back. No. And if you actually watch the games, which if you think you did watch the games, you're telling me that I didn't watch my games when I sat back and watched every game this year at work. I was watching the games. I was going back with Gannon fans at my work. I got 2 employees I was working with telling me Jonathan Gannon, it wasn't Jonathan Gannon's fault. Really? It wasn't? No. You're just angry always. You're a negative Eagle fan. You're a fake Eagle fan. Or what? Or was it Jonathan Gannon's fault? No. It's not Jonathan Gannon's fault. It's the players. Stop it. That's a bunch of malarkey I've ever heard in my life. If it's the players, then they should be cut and traded. Right? They're the players, right? Then they're horrible. It's not the players. It's the coach who's coaching these players. And if the players are horrible, that means the coach is horrible. Because if the players are not disciplined and they're not doing what they're supposed to do, whose fault is it? Is that the players' fault? It might be part of it. But it's also go back to who's coaching them. You're not doing your job as a defense coordinator. It's a bunch of malarkey excuse I've ever heard in my life. But I heard it. And when they would start winning, I'm like, all right, I'll support this team. What's what you want me to do? You want me to bash John again in the playoffs? Not really. If we win, I have no issue. He was aggressive with Daniel Jones. A terrible quarterback. Who Giant fans think that one Giant fan told me he was better than Jalen Hurts. Stop it. Daniel Jones, I hope to God y'all. Listen, I hope to God you pay Daniel Jones all the fucking guarantee money. Do it. Please. No, he's a great quarterback. He's a great quarterback. Do it, Giant fans. I'm sorry, Giants owners, Giant GMs, Giant coaches. Do it. You got your franchise quarterback from Duke. Mr. Slippy himself. Slipping on a banana peel. Falling on my ass. Sorry ass quarterback, man. Not even close to Jalen Hurts level, bro. Some of these Giant fans are incompetent, man. They're starting to become annoying, man. I don't know why. These DS apologists, smooth brains already. Listen, man. Again, man. Big D. Gotta understand something. I'm not apologizing for Big Dias. And I'm not saying they are either. But there's not really that much options that we could go for. They weren't hiring Lovie Smith, who I wanted. Maybe Lovie Smith didn't want to come to coaching. Maybe he wanted to retire. They didn't get the Leonard that I wanted. He didn't want to coach here. He needed his hip surgery. It was either him or Wilson. And Denard Wilson, for every player who wants him, that's why they're not GMs. Because Denard Wilson's never been a defense coordinator. He's never been assistant to a defense coordinator. Why would I hire him as a defense coordinator? Why? Because players like him? Okay. Here's what I don't understand, right? I don't care what players don't like. First of all, I don't care what players don't like. Because I don't care what players feel. If I started doing that, then every time a player would leave, I would feel so bad for it. I don't. It's a business. I do the best I can to help my team. And I'm going to put the right coaches in the right play, whether you like it or not. You know what I'm saying? Darius Slay likes him. It didn't help his playing this year. He still played like a bum-ass corner who got paid all the money. By the way, people didn't stop trying to kiss Darius Slay's ass. I get it. He's a Philadelphia Eagle cornerback. I get it. We don't have corner. But you know what? For a guy getting paid a lot of money, dude, next year, if you stay, please show up. You know what I'm saying? And again, I don't know if it's him. And that's the beauty. I don't even know if it's him. I'm not even going – I'll take that, but I don't even blame him. Because I don't know if it's him or Jonathan Gannon. We've seen Darius Slay when he's lineable in the receivers. He locks them down. We also see when he gets beat, usually 15 yards off the football or 10 yards off the receiver, not pressing up with your receivers. It is who it is. I'm not going to sit there and I'm not going to get mad over it. What am I going to do? Get mad, curse, say I'm not going to watch the season? No, I'm going to watch the Eagles. I mean, they hired a DS. There's nothing I can do. So, two things I can do, or you can do. You can cry, throw a tantrum, say you're not going to watch it, be negative, or you can have optimism, right? Maybe this guy didn't have the right talent. Maybe he is more aggressive than John. Maybe all these things that they're saying about him might be wrong. I remember when we didn't like a head coach, they usually become good. We wanted Jonathan Gannon. Everybody wanted him, and everybody and their mother wanted him, including me. So maybe we don't want him. Maybe he's good. That's how I look at it. If everybody don't want guys, then that means we might have made the right hire. Because a lot of people didn't want Nick Sirianni. Hell, they were bashing him, saying he was never going to be a good coach. And they're still bashing him. Talk about, well, in the Super Bowl, his quarterback had to be more mature than him. So he can't smile? So he can't have fun? Oh, but Mike McCarthy, the head coach for the Cowboys, like have a big-ass fucking chain on his neck. And taunt players like the Buccaneers players. But Nick Sirianni can't joke around. Brian DeBall is allowed to joke around. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Hell, Mike McDaniel's allowed to joke around. Oh, that's fine. Nick Sirianni's allowed to joke. Oh, no, that's bad. That's greedy. That's a bad head coach. I hate him. Why do you hate Nick Sirianni? Because he beat your team? Not once, not twice, 3 times? Because he beat you in the NFC Championship game? Why? Why do you hate him? Because if he was on your team, you wouldn't hate him. And I got to say this. I don't care if you hate him. The Eagles did not pick Nick Sirianni for you to like. Especially if you were a Cowboy fan, Giant fan, man, we really don't care. I'm glad you don't like my coach. You're not supposed to like him. You're not supposed to like him. I don't care. Does he win me games? Yes. Did he take me to a Super Bowl? Yes. Did he win? No. He was in the second year, though. What has Mike McCarthy done? Oh, that's another thing. Cowboy fans think Mike McCarthy is going to call the play. It's going to be Mike McCarthy is going to kill that team. You want to know why Mike McCarthy was fired by the Green Bay Packers? Because he didn't run the ball, and Aaron Rodgers didn't like him. Mike McCarthy is a horrible, overrated head coach. He's been calling the plays. You just want to blame Kellen Moore. You think Mike McCarthy is going to call a genius game plan You think Mike McCarthy was really the reason why they won the Super Bowl, not Aaron Rodgers, not Darren Woodson, the star cornerback over there, with that defense? Not that. You really think it was Mike McCarthy? The same why Aaron Rodgers somewhat is making the other head coach in Green Bay, who I don't think is any good anyway. Decent. Mike McCarthy's a terrible head coach. Sorry, newsflash. I don't give a damn. I'm really happy he's calling plays. I'm really happy. That means I don't have to worry about y'all running the ball now. Now I can really hope you throw the ball. Throw that ball. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I don't care if people don't like Nick Sirianni. But the point of what I'm trying to make is, and I'm going a little off topic, a lot of people want to blame Nick Sirianni when he first got here. And I sat back and I just waited, right? Maybe Sean Diaz is a guy that we don't know nothing about. Maybe he comes in and he changes up his scheme. Maybe he's more aggressive. I don't want him to blitz all the time. But when your front four is not getting there, you got to do something. You can't just sit there. If your scheme is not working to your ability, and the quarterback that you're playing against is seeing exactly what you're doing, and you don't do anything to adjust or do anything to help your team out, you don't deserve to be here. You deserve to be in Arizona, where the other clown is. So that's the problem. People want to talk about the bend and break defense. I get that. I don't like the bend and break defense, but I've seen it work. My problem with the bend and break defense is I don't like the defense corner who's running it. Some of these defense corners are not going to adjust. They are going to wait until they lose and 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 they have all these great stats and they lose and they have all these great stats. Oh, 70 sacks. Oh, look, they have great defense and they lose. Oh, close games. The quarterbacks that you shouldn't have close games to. Running backs gashing you for how many yards? Running backs who don't usually gash you do it. And you don't adjust. I have a problem with that. I don't care about you blitzing. You don't need to blitz all the time. I'm not asking you to blitz 75%. I'm not asking you to blitz all the day. I get it. You know, sometimes you can't always blitz. I understand that. Trust me, I get it. But my God, if the quarterback is beating you with your front four and your front four can't get there, you got to send some heat, man. Whether it's corner blitz, safety blitz, or even linebacker blitz. Do something. Adjust. Do something to help your team out, especially on the defense. Because offense don't win you championships. I'll say it again, defense wins you championships. When your defense can't win you games, you're not winning championships. I don't give a damn out. You saw how good our offense was in the Super Bowl. We lost the game because our defense couldn't stop them. That's what the bottom line was. We weren't prepared. And the defense has not come through. And that's how you win championships, is defense. Quest to the Cardinals. Cool. All right, cool. Give me Isaiah Simmons. No, I'm playing. I don't think we're going to get that. Listen, if Quest goes to the Cardinals, he goes to the Cardinals. But I have the exact same problem what I would have with Jonathan Gannon, with Aaron Moorhead. What has he done? Y'all love to talk about the receivers that we can draft. Yeah, they're great and fine. They look great in college. Trust me, I would love to have another receiver. Right? You get rid of Quez. You know, go draft another receiver. Who's developing those? Because you need a receiver coach that could develop them. Aaron Moorhead develop them? It's going to be an issue. Because he can't develop Quez. He can't develop John Hightower. Now you expect him to develop these other receivers? He can't develop himself as a receiver coach. He can't even help himself. Because if he helped himself, then he would understand what Quez Watkins probably needs. Work on the ball drills. Work on ball, holding the ball. Work on catching, getting his confidence back. Talk to him. Sometimes you just talk to a receiver. Sometimes a receiver coach, you just talk to him and say, hey, next play, we got you. Next time, listen, come on, man. We need you. Sometimes it's all about talking to a guy. Maybe Quez Watkins needs a receiver that can, receiver coach or head coach that can talk to him. Sometimes it's that. Maybe the kid needs someone to talk to. Maybe a receiver coach should talk to him. Which was what CJ, yep. And you know, you still got clowns like Howard Eskin. Like I said, I'll show it again. You know what I'm saying? Howard Eskin, you know, sitting there talking about it's the, again, man, like when you got clowns who do shit, man, it doesn't make sense. Let me make it bigger for you. It doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like CJ Gardner-Johnson did nothing wrong, in my opinion. There's people blaming him. But it's like, what you gonna blame him for? Is he not telling the truth? What is he not telling the truth about? So he's supposed to be quiet? Why? Because it's your typical response to a play. Because players are not. Oh, so players are supposed to be spoken, not heard. I got it. So players are not supposed to be spoken. They're supposed to be heard, right? Or they're supposed to be seen, not spoken. They're supposed to be quiet. They're not supposed to talk bad about a defense coordinator. How dare there's someone call out Jonathan Gannon? How dare there's someone call out Jonathan Gannon for his lies and manipulation and being a stooge now? Choking in the biggest game he can ever imagine. And not even thanking CJ Gardner-Johnson for getting that. You know what? Jonathan Gannon should be thanking every defensive player on that team, the Eagles, this year, for getting that DC job. Because honestly, without them, I don't think he's even in this league as a DC. And not on the Eagles, he would have been fired immediately. Because the same issues we had with Jonathan Gannon this year, or if you don't see, I don't know how you can't see. You watched every game, right? How do you not see? So you're okay with allowing quarterbacks to just beat you down the field. Oh, no, it's all right. Dak just beat us. It always is. It happens. Oh, Heineke beats us. Oh, it happens. It happens. Oh, it is what it is. No, the players weren't in good position to win. I don't do that. That's an excuse to me. That's you covering up his ass. That's you not being real. That's you being phony. That's you just telling Eagle fans what they really want to hear instead of the truth. Because it really feels good, right? Jonathan Gannon's not the problem. It really feels good when the players are the problem. And I don't blame CJ for calling him out. Jonathan Gannon was trying to make him like CJ Gardner-Johnson was the problem and the players were the problem. And I don't like how our Eskin's making CJ look like the bad guy. Sometimes a reporter just needs to shut the hell up. Shut up. You weren't on the field. You don't know what's going on. Neither was I. But I can tell you one thing. If CJ Gardner-Johnson calling him out, then that speaks volumes. Because I don't think CJ Gardner-Johnson calls Jonathan Gannon out if he doesn't think he's the problem. CJ Gardner-Johnson's not that type of guy. CJ Gardner-Johnson's respectful. But he's a guy that's outspoken. And there's a lot of fans that I'm seeing that don't like outspoken guys. They want a church mouth, good boy, go to church every day, and not talk anything bad about him. That's not how it works. When you don't do your job, people are going to talk bad about you. Especially when you're in the biggest game and you allow your players to fail. When you see James Bradbury and C.J. Gardner-Johnson looking at each other confused and they arguing back and forth because they don't know what the hell's going on, and you're Jonathan and your defense coordinator just sitting there with stupid sunglasses on, looking like a complete stooge nod, looking like a dumb idiot over in the sidelines, just sitting there smirking, not yelling, not getting on these players' asses, not doing anything to adjust. Yet halftime, Rihanna was playing all halftime. What were you doing? Were you watching her instead of watching Mahomes, how to stop him? You should have been in the locker room talking to your guys and figuring out how you can defend and come out with another game plan. Right? It's the little details that matters. The good teams, the good defense coordinators that I've seen adjust. So, no, I don't blame C.J. Gardner-Johnson for calling him out. Because you also messed up his money. You messed up his money. You messed up his value. Because you made him look bad. You also made James Bradbury look bad for your sorry-ass scheme. You made Hassan Reddick look bad. You made the whole Patriots look like we were trash. You shouldn't have been on the same field as Mahomes, Kansas City. You could, like I said, you can blame the field. I saw both teams falling and slipping. I don't do the field BS. Now, maybe it was a part of it. Listen, they had a horrible field. And then shame on NFL for doing that, for having a horrible field. But it's football. Get over it. Now, if it feels going to be pretty, you got a job to do. Jonathan Gannon should have slipped on the field too. Maybe he wouldn't be calling plays for us. That's what I wish would have happened. Jonathan Gannon. Oh, yeah, I wish injuries on him for sure. If Jonathan Gannon slipped on the field and busted his behind and had to be taken to the emergency room, maybe we would have had a good defense coordinator that knew exactly what it would have done. Maybe we would have had a different game plan. I'm starting to wonder that. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt people's feelings with the Gannon. Why are you dissing Gannon? Get off my page, you don't like it. I'm going to speak facts. Because I'm tired of some of these Eagle consecrators kissing, massaging, saying they're there to Jonathan Gannon, and blaming the players. I'm going to speak for the players. And I'm going to speak to bonehead reporters. I don't give a damn how good a platform. You can have 1,000,000 tweets all you want. CJ did nothing wrong. Jonathan Gannon on what won in the second half of the Super Bowl. You ain't put us in a position to make plays. Is he wrong? Is he wrong? Is he wrong? That's your job, right? To put players in the best positions to win, right? Is he wrong, though? So we're getting mad at him for speaking facts, right? Isn't Jonathan Gannon's title to be a good defense coordinator, to actually put players to succeed? Your job is to help players and make them be at their best and perform at their highest. Is he wrong? Man, Jonathan Gannon should be happy that these guys were playing for him. He also should be thanking them for, like I said, giving them the head coaching job. You sorry-ass bum. You weak-ass weenie. Weenie-ass sorry. No good. Satan himself, the devil, / defense coordinator. Like I said, man, he looked like the Roger Rabbit villain in that movie. The dude with the big cartoon eyes. You know what I'm talking about. If you've never seen Roger Rabbit, look him up. Look up the villain. Exactly what Jonathan Gannon looks like with his stupid sunglasses on. So no, he's not wrong. The question is to C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Where are the players accountable? It can't always be the coaches. So, coach is not accountable now? Why do players have to be accountable for Jonathan Gannon screws? So, players are supposed to be held accountable, which they are, right? They always get held accountable. When Darius Slay does not play his part, no one goes up to Jonathan Gannon. They say Darius Slay's trash. When James Bradberry does bad, fans say he's trash. They don't look at the head coach. They don't look at the defense coordinator. They blame the player. Hell, I've seen people talk about C.J. Gardner-Johnson's a bum when we know that's not true. So, yeah, he is getting held accountable. It's something he didn't do. He did his part. He hit when he had to. He was the best player in the Super Bowl. The best defensive player in the Super Bowl. I saw him hit. I saw him make plays. Despite how bad that scheme was. It always be the coaches. When you lose players, when you lose and players reason when you win. It's a team game. Everyone shares wins and losses. That's not reality. When you are a great team in the Super Bowl and you won games despite your defense coordinator, that'd be great, right? If C.J. Gardner-Johnson was getting beat or players were getting beat and Jonathan Gannon was doing everything he can to help this team, right? But we've seen Jonathan Gannon put players in bad positions. I don't got to bring up the video. And if you want me to show you the video, how bad he is, and someone can explain this to me, because again, I don't care what nobody thinks. I'll show this video 100,000 times until y'all get through your fucking skulls. Because some of y'all keep on thinking it's the players. It's the scheme. When you got players doing this shit, man, hold up. I'm going to get that over. When you got players doing this, get my videos out. Good thing I say this shit too. Oh, by the way, yeah, I have clips of Jonathan Gannon being trash as a defense coordinator. You know what I'm saying? Putting players in a linebacker, Robert Quinn at linebacker mode. I don't got to show it again, but if I have to, I'll show it again. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind showing it again for people who just live under the rock and they forgot who they talking to. Like this. This is the player's fault. That's JG's scheme. Those are the players' fault? Really? Or how about this? How about this dude Janai for a win? Right? What about this? What is it in the scheme? Scheme right there, right? I think it is. So no, it's not always the player's fault. We love to blame the players. We want them to sit there and say, you know what? I'm not going to blame the defense coordinator who goes to Arizona and want to sit there and want to act like he was the real reason why they're in the Super Bowl. He not once said, I saw Shane Steichen give credit to all these receivers. All the coaches that helped him out get to that job. He was crying, talking about thank you to AJ Brown, Devontae. I didn't hear Jonathan Gannon talk about thank you, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, for saving my ass. Thank you, James Bradberry, for saving my job. Thank you for signing Reddick for coming to Philadelphia and signing a 3-year deal to help my ass. Thank you, Fletcher Cox, for showing me how to be a defense corner because I didn't know how to use my defensive player and made him chase a fucking running back. Oh, you remember that? Oh, yeah, that's supposed to be the players too, right? Thank you, Darius Slay. Yeah, you're Pro Bowl cornerback, but we're gonna make sure you're lined up 15 yards with the goddamn receiver when we know you're not a cornerback who does that. You're a man-to-man corner. You're on these receivers and you're close to them. You're not supposed to be 15 yards off the football. But thank you, Darius Slay. No, I appreciate that. Thank you for helping me get my job. I hear none of that. He run around here like he was the expert. Shit. Looks to me that he is the real genius, right? If I'm CJ Gardner-Johnson, I'm taking that defense. Hold up. You got Arizona Cardinal job, and you don't even appreciate anything we did? We bust our ass for you. We took in bullets for you. We done everything. If you think CJ Gardner-Johnson in the regular season did not want to call a job, listen, I'm telling you right now, the fact that they're not saying to his face speaks volumes. That means they don't respect him enough to be a man to his face. When they don't even say it to your face, they don't respect you as a man. When you're not respected as a man, you're not respected as a coach, you got no respect, you are no longer invalid to them. Because you're supposed to make sure that they got your respect. You're the leader. You're supposed to be the guy that's supposed to fire up this defense. It shouldn't be the other way around. Yep, CJ Gardner-Johnson didn't say it to his face. What does that say? I don't call him a coward for that. I say he don't respect him as a man. He does not respect him as a man. Because if he respect him as a man, and respect him as a defense coordinator, and he thought he was a great defense coordinator, and people actually thought he was a great defense coordinator, and trust me, they ain't going to be just him calling him out. Wait till you see other players go somewhere else. Wait. You think CJ Gardner-Johnson, what he says is worse? They always talk. But it's going to get to this. CJ Gardner-Johnson wasn't wrong. And I'm telling you right now, if you don't think he's going to just say that, and you don't think other players are going to stand up too, you're crazy. Jonathan Gannon did not thank them once in the press conference. He run around here like he's the real genius. Oh shit, Jonathan Gannon won a Super Bowl. Oh shit, man. You're right. We should respect on Jonathan. Jonathan Gannon made CJ Gardner-Johnson. No, the players didn't do shit. It was just the coach, right? Yeah, it's always the player's fault, right? Howard Eskin, get JG, you know what, out your mouth, bro. Seriously, man. Get your pom-poms off your hands. Get JG's pom-poms. Stop trying to, you're not his cheerleader. Get your hands off, get your hands out of those pom-poms. Pick up yourself from the ground. Get your hands off your knees and come back to reality. Because CJ didn't do nothing. If anybody thinks he did something wrong, please tell me. I'm missing something. Well, he's not supposed to call out the defense coordinator. Well, the defense coordinator shouldn't be getting all the credit. And the defense coordinator, at least he can do, is respect them enough to say thank you. And why shouldn't he call out the defense coordinator? Why shouldn't he? He made him look bad. He made every player look bad this year. Defense coordinator is not supposed to make players look bad. Now, there's some players who are just bad, but give me a break. There was no bad players other than Josiah Scott on this team. Maybe Kaiser White. But let me tell you something. If you need all-stars to be your defensive players, and you can't coach with less, you can't be a good defensive coordinator. I can't trust you. If you need me to go out and get your whole roster because you can't coach and call the right plays and scheme, bye-bye. Enjoy Arizona. Oh, by the way, less talent. GM don't care. You think that GM over there is Harry Roseman? You're crazy. Jonathan Gannon about to get fired, man. So, no, Howard Eskin is wrong. He's wrong like everybody else. He's another reporter who has not been in the locker room, doesn't understand what's going on. He's another talking head, JG pom-pom cheerleader. A dude that would do anything to have Jonathan Gannon because I don't know why. Some people are just fans. He got a Jonathan Gannon poster probably. Take that off. He's no longer here. He sucks, man. He did not put his players in best position to win. And at a certain point, players do call you out. When you don't do your job, what happens? You get called out by your employees, right? I got yelled at by my employees before when I didn't do what I was supposed to do. Because that's what leaders do. CJ Gardner-Johnson's not going to sit there and let a defense coordinator disrespect them and say, oh, no, well, we could have done this. Oh, but you didn't say thank you to him. Jonathan Gannon should be thanking, like I said, to CJ Gardner-Johnson. Thank you, CJ, for giving me a job in Arizona, which I didn't deserve. Thank you, James Bradbury, for wasting all your effort time to come to Philadelphia, to go to another situation in Philadelphia, have a chance to go to a Super Bowl and win it, just to get fucked by me. Thank you. No, I'm the genius. You're not the genius. You're just sorry players. Because my scheme always works, right? It's the Jonathan Gannon way or the highway. I don't think the players respect them. And I do believe, and I'll say it again, if you go back and watch that Super Bowl, which I'm not even going to watch that Super Bowl again, because I would have to break shit. But when you watch it, the players quit on him. They quit on him. They did not want to play for him. They gave up on him. And once your players do that, you lost the locker room. You lost the privilege to be a defense coordinator. You lost the right to be praised. All bets are off. When I'm a player and you're screwing me and you're not giving me my opportunity to shine, when you're not helping me out, when I'm begging you on a freaking field, hey, I have to help my team because you can't do your job. I'm CJ Gardner-Johnson, the best safety in football. Right? You traded, Howard Roseman traded for me because he got tired of your sorry ass scheme and you complained about you had no fucking talent and you can't use me properly. CJ Gardner-Johnson on another scheme, on another defense coordinator with another team, he would have been disruptive. Way disruptive than Philly. You thought Philly with him picks? Imagine him blitzing Mahomes. Because if you think CJ Gardner-Johnson can't track Mahomes down, you're crazy. The dude is fast. So if I was the defense corner, I could trust CJ to blitz. Because CJ would have been that Malcolm Jenkins type player that I can trust him. Okay, or front four not get CJ, go get him. Go get him. Or put a spy on Mahomes. One of those two. If my front four can't get there, I'm going to send CJ Gardner-Johnson after him. Beat me that way. Let's see what you're going to do when you have a safety on you. A safety that will hit you. You saw what CJ Gardner-Johnson did. He knocked the lights out of that running back. That running back looked like he saw stars. He even hit him in the helmet, which is stupid. He got fined for that. Just shows you that Roger Goodell had favorites. It is what it is. Yo, champ, this chat has been Nate Valley as Gannon game plan adjustment. Yo, champ, this chat has been Nate. No. Well, I don't know why you hear that. I don't know why you hear that. I don't care. What am I saying wrong? Listen, man, I'm not going to be one of those. Listen, if you don't know my channel, let me remind you. There's other platforms that you can go to that will give you sunshine and golden. Okay? All flowers blooming, roses are red, nothing wrong with this, nothing wrong with the world. Pink dinosaurs running around the field. If you want that, you can go over there. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry I'm calling out my defense coordinator. Aren't you a Giant fan? So you had bad defense coordinators before. You know what it's like. I'll tell you one thing. I'll take your defense corner right now with Jonathan Gannon. I think he was a better defense coordinator. And I think he would have won with this talent. Wink Martindale would never let Patrick Mahomes kill him that way. I'll tell you one thing. Wink Martindale would have won with his defense. He would have won the Super Bowl with that defense. Give him a C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Give him James Bradford. Give him a Darius Slay. A T.J. Edwards. Hell, give him mediocre linebackers. He'll make them good. But give him a Son Reddick, Josh Sweat. Give him that talent that JG couldn't do. And couldn't succeed with. Watch him win a Super Bowl. Because I guarantee he would have won. He wouldn't allow Mahomes to sit there and kill him that way. Okay, well, I don't know what you're trying to say. You're saying Yo Chen, the chat has been negligent as badly as game plan. I don't know what you mean about that. What are you trying to say, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm angry. You're right. I'm angry that we lost the Super Bowl. It pisses me off. You know what I'm saying? It pisses me off. It really does. It does. It pisses me off that I still got a guy that I got to hear from Arizona. When I got to hear press conference from him, it pisses me off. It pisses me off. It does. That guy drives me nuts. Oh, the back post what players think. Oh, okay. Okay, my fault. Listen, man, I'm sorry about that. He said, Champ, I sent a message a while back, like you respond, oh, no problem. Okay, I'm not upset or angry, I understand. Okay. Another need for us is fire Aaron Moore. Well, Aaron Moore is not going to go nowhere. They're probably going to stand him next. By the way, people think Michael Clay's not a problem. Michael Clay sucks, dude. I don't get that move. That was the only bad move that Howard Roseman made this year. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that move. I don't think Howard Roseman made that. Like, if he did, I don't like that move. Listen, I give Howard Roseman credit, but that move I didn't like. Signing Aaron Moorhead back, man, why? This guy's been trash. This is the same goofball who can't get who special teams trash. Defense special teams trash. Darius Stone almost ran a punt return. And you decide to stand him? Why? Because of potential. Listen, I don't care if he goes to let him be head coach. Shit, bye. You know what I'm saying? I get they had to sign him back because I don't know, man. They love the young guys and they think he can be a good head coach. Shit. I don't know, man. I don't like that move. I would have never extended him. I'll let his contract play out, and after that, he can go. There's no need to extend him, in my opinion. You know, a lot of people are going to disagree with me. And listen, that's the point of dealing with. Listen, people are going to disagree with you. It happens. No one is perfect. What is going on? Hold up. What's going on? There you go. People are always going to discriminate. It happens. No one's going to be agreed. If everybody agreed with each other every day, this world wouldn't have been fun. So I'm glad people disagree with me. I like when people disagree with me. You know what I'm saying? You're not supposed to like what I have to. You're not supposed to like what I have to say. Sometimes you're going to agree. Sometimes you disagree. I disagree with a lot of people all the time. You still got to have a conversation. But there's some things that are just that I'm not going to agree with. And I don't agree with praising Jonathan Gannon and getting mad at a player for calling his out on his BS. When you're sitting there in Arizona and you think you're the hot shot, when you're not, and you think you're suddenly great, you suddenly think like he's running around here like he's Zeus from Greek mythology. You know what I'm saying? He's the greatest defense coordinator I've ever walked in here as a head coach. Like, he run around here like he's Robert Saleh. You know what I'm saying? He's running around here like he's the great head coach that everybody's been looking for. No, you're not. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I think Shane Steichen might be a better head coach than him. I appreciate Shane Steichen. I want to thank Shane Steichen because Shane Steichen, listen, yeah, he caught some unquestionable plays, but listen, he showed up in the Super Bowl. He showed up in the Super Bowl when he had to. There's going to be people discriminating, but I had no problem with Shane Steichen. He deserved the head coach. So does Jonathan Gannon because he's no longer in Philadelphia. But Shane Steichen, man, he respected his players. He put his players in positions to win. He learned from his mistakes. He made sure A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith had 1,000 yards in receiving. He made sure to keep it balanced sometimes. He called the right plays sometimes. Now, sometimes he did a lot of stupid screens. I get it. But my guy, he did a lot of good things. JG, not really. He should be thanking, listen, JG should be thanking every player in his early press conference. When he was hired by the Arizona, he should be thanking all the players who helped bailed him out. I can't count them. So many times we saw players bail him out. The Colts game, who bailed him out? Was it JG? Did he bail himself out? No. The players did. And sometimes the scheme overtakes the talent, especially a bad scheme, especially a bad defense coordinator, a guy that doesn't care. And a clip I want to play, man, I just saw this, and this really pissed me off too. That's another thing, man. How can you respect this guy? Look what this clown says, man. Hold up. I'm about to play this real quick. Because this clown had, I don't know if you saw it on Twitter, but he was on a plane. And he basically said, I'm not going back to Philadelphia. Said, bye, Philly, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Just a soft-ass weenie. Weenie. Before the Super Bowl. So you already know he was chicken before he walked into Arizona. But I'm going to play that real quick, man, because I want to play that real quick. My fault. Yeah, I see a comment. I see a comment. I do. I see a comment. Art. I do. Barkley's coming back. Depending on DJ gets signed long team. No, Barkley ain't go. Barkley shouldn't. Listen, I hope the guy you lose Barkley, because once you lose Barkley, Daniel Jones ain't gonna be that great. Daniel Jones not worth $45 million. And if you think he is, hey, we're proud of you. It's not. I don't think Daniel Jones is even a good quarterback, brother. I don't. I think Barkley is the really whole offense. Oh my God, put it in. Hold up, man. But I had to see this video real quick, man. I had to let me put this on phone real quick. But JG, man, had a stupid clip, man, and that really pissed me off because watching him on the airplane, just sitting there with a smirk on his face about he's not coming back to Philadelphia. I don't care. But you did it before the Super Bowl, and that showed me one thing: you weren't ready to win. And you look like you were going to quit. And I can't stand it. I can't stand quitters. I can't deal with that. I can't stand quitters, man. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Yo.
What the fuck? Hold on. My apologies.
We go. Good. All right, we good. Put this in real quick. But sorry about that. I was on my phone trying to put the video in because I can't do it through the laptop. But this is the shit I hate, man. What's going on? Hold up. There it is. There we go. That's what this clown said. Put it in. There we go.
See you later, Philly.
Yeah, see you later. You're not going back.
Nope.
Hold on. Let's listen in one more time.
See you later, Philly.
Yeah, see you later. You're not going back.
Nope.
Nope. Soft ass out of here, man. That really pissed me off. That is like this guy. I am so glad he's in Arizona. When you do that, number one, you have a freaking smirk on your face. You look like a bum doing that. Number three, you look like you've given up. You're a quitter. You're sorry. You're weak. Good riddance. Get the hell out of Philadelphia. And that's all I'm going to say about Jonathan Gannon. That clip just, that clip I just showed everybody for everybody. I just wanted to show that clip. Now we're moving on. All right. So the Philadelphia Eagles also hired Brian Johnson. Now we've been here for a while, man. I get it. Now we've been on a little rant. Listen, I haven't done a live stream in a while. I did a video earlier. But the Eagles are not bringing Miles Sanders back. Let's do that one. Let me get this shit off here. For fucking piss me off and I fucking break my shit. Get that shit out of here. Fucking shit out of here with that stupid quote. But let's talk about this real quick. Bring it up here. Sure. By the way, hit that like button if y'all want to. I'll ask you to saying it, but so obviously the Philadelphia Eagles rumors Miles Sanders. Why did they do this shit? Why? Why did they do this shit? Get the hell out of here! I don't want to see the fucking ad. Get out of here! Oh. There we go. Rumors running back Miles Sanders, cornerback James Bradbury, most likely players to walk in free agency, right? We know James Bradbury. The Eagles are there's been rumors around, right, that the Eagles might look at cornerback. They might look to trade one for one, right? Now, do I think it's Jalen Ramsey? No. I don't want Jalen Ramsey here. Number one, he's 28 years old. Number two, he wants a new deal. I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? I think the Eagles are going to draft a cornerback. If they can't get the two pass rushers, like I said, I think the two top on the board right now is the two pass rushers in this draft. And that is the Alabama defensive tackle or defensive end or pass rusher. What's the guy's name? Will Anderson Jr. And the other one, Jalen Carter. So, to me, when you look at it, the Eagles are probably going for corner because you're not getting those two. So, I expect them to be heavy at cornerback. But also, we know Howard Roseman loves to trade for players on their last year of their deal, right? Someone that we're not thinking of, right? Like, we never thought C.J. Gardner-Johnson was a name. I heard it once by a shot to the one guy on Instagram I was talking to. He has an account. He does the Eagles page. And he was talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. The Saints would. I said, there's no way, right? Because we talk about Jesse Bates. We would talk about bringing in Jabril Peppers. But we never thought C.J. Gardner-Johnson would be a name. Hell, I mean, they linked us to so many different receivers, right? Calvin Ridley was about to go down. Didn't happen. Allen Robinson, if he didn't get signed by the Rams, he would have been a Philadelphia Eagle. That means A.J. Brown would have never been an Eagle. But I'm glad A.J. Brown's an Eagle. So I really don't think Al Robinson is worth what AJ Brown is. AJ Brown is a dog. AJ Brown is younger. AJ Brown is way better. AJ Brown is younger in his years. Allen Robinson's ahead of his years, and he's pretty much in his prime as of right now. So he would be in a state where he would probably not be the same, right? And I'm not going to lie to you, I wasn't impressed with Allen Robinson. He didn't do nothing with the Rams. That could be the Rams system still. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad we have A.J. Brown. But we knew Miles Sanders. Listen, I've been telling people Miles Sanders, Eagles do not pay running backs. They do not pay running backs. And a lot of people told me, oh, the Eagles were going to pay Miles Sanders. And I said, we're not paying Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders wants a lot. Miles Sanders does not deserve a lot. I don't care if he had 1,000 yards in rushing. That offensive line is very good. If you draft a running back, which a lot now there's rumors coming out the Eagles love Kenny Gainwell, they think he's going to be the future running back. I don't think so. I think they're just saying that because they don't want. Listen, Howard Roseman's never going to tell you what he's going to do in the draft. So when you hear all these reports, the Eagles are interested in this guy and that guy, they're probably not. They're probably not. You know, before we drafted, what was it, Devontae Smith? What did we hear all year? The Eagles are interested in Patrick Surtain. Eagles are interested in J.C. Horn. They want to draft J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain if they're there. The Eagles are interested in this guy, and they never picked him up. Also, we heard of linebackers. The Eagles were interested in Kenneth Murray. They love Patrick Queen. They didn't draft those guys. So all to me is just smoke rumors, smoke screens. You're going to hear in the combine, I'm sure, when the 40 times when players are running it, which is next week, we're getting a free agency in the draft. You're going to hear rumors the Eagles are interested in this guy. You're going to hear all these rumors linked. The running backs will be linked to the Eagles, whether it's Saquon Barkley, if he hits free agency, Dalvin Cook in the trade, which I don't want to trade for Dalvin Cook. The dude is 28 years old. If I'm going for a running back, it's in the draft. I'm not trading for no running back. I'm not paying no running back. I'm not doing that. I can draft a running back in the first, in the early second round. That's another. I'm not drafting one in the first. I don't think the Eagles are going to draft it in the first. Okay. I'd be shocked if they do that. I think they trade that 30th pick in the first round, and I think they trade it down for a couple more picks down the road because they only got 1 second round. Like I said, I showed you the draft picks before. They only got 1 second round pick. They're going to definitely trade either the 10th or the 3rd. One of those two, they're not keeping 2 first rounders. Okay. So we need to understand we don't got 2 first rounders. That the other one will be traded. Howard Roseman, you know him in the master class. He always, you know him as a master guy who makes picks, trades picks, guy who's mastering in trades. That's what I'm trying to say. In drafts, picks. He loves those picks. Those early values. Very important to this team. You look at the early second rounders, right? They got us good players before, right? Cam Jurgensen, Landon Dickerson. Guys are going to be starters. Even Miles Sanders was in the second round. So, to me, when I hear people talk about we should draft a running back in the first round, which, again, we're not doing that. And I ain't going to lie to you. I'm not comfortable drafting the Texas running back from the Texas Longhorns. Because, to me, he's getting the exact same hype, similar to Ricky Williams. Similar to all these running backs that were supposed to be elite. And they play great for a couple. Listen, I don't think he's going to be bad. But like every running back, they show flashes. They look great. They look like they're going to be rookie of the year. They go out, second season, they look great. And then in the third and the fourth year, the bodies start breaking down. They start breaking down. There's no reason drafting a running back. And listen, those 2 first-round picks, those are high value. When you look at the Eagles, man, they're not going to be able to afford 2 first-rounders. That's why I say I think the Eagles trade that first-rounder, whether it's the 30th or it's one of them is going to be gone. I can see them trade both and get a early in the first round, maybe a 11th, like no 11th in the first round for a team who wants to move up, for a quarterback, a corner. You never know what the Eagles do. Howard Roseman's always a look up, always in the mood to always move up or move down for a player that he wants. We don't know what the Eagles are thinking. But when you look at this Eagles team, the Eagles are drafting a running back, maybe late first round, late second round, early second. I don't see them drafting in the first round. And people got to stop saying Bijan Robinson. No, Bijan Robinson will not make it past the early first round. Number two, I'm not drafting a running back in the first round. Can somebody ask me how good Saquon Barkley was? What did he win for the Giants? Has he been anything special when they drafted him? Yeah, he showed flashes and he looked great. Trust me, Saquon Barkley is an animal when he's healthy. But after his rookie year, in his second year, in his third and fourth year, fifth year, when they start beating him down and wearing him out, what was he? Again, man, you don't know Chase Kelsey's coming back. He might retire. Lane Johnson might want to retire. He's getting older. You got other situations to fill. Other positions, to fill. Not situation, positions. I still think you need to know safety. This safety's draft class is huge this year. You got a Penn State safety who's coming in this draft. Jalen Brown. You got Antonio Johnson, my guy, from Texas A&M. You got Jordan Battle. You got the other dude from Alabama. You got a lot of good safeties this year. So to me, if I got a chance to get a safety, I'm drafting one before I draft a running back. And especially in the first round. I'll draft a safety with the 30th pick before I even draft a first-round running back. Bijan Robinson might look great. How good is he going to look? It's 4, 5, 6 years down the road. He's another Ricky Williams situation, another Saquon Barkley situation. I think Ricky Williams was a great running back. I just think he went to the wrong team. But remember, the Eagle fans wanted him. Remember, that's why they were so mad they got McNabb. They wanted Ricky Williams. And when they didn't get Ricky Williams, and when he was on the clock, and they got McNabb instead when they needed a quarterback, they got mad. They booed. Why do I feel like we're going to have the same situation, except not quarterback? We're going to go after someone like an offensive tackle. And people are going to freak out to him. You had Bijan Robinson on the board. Why don't you take him? We don't need a sticking offensive tackle. People are going to freak out. I feel like that we're going to see the exact same thing with a lot of Eagle fans. Bijan Robinson is going to be at number 30. And we're going to trade that pick or draft an offensive tackle that falls to us. And people are going to lose their minds. And someone like a division rival or someone who's in our conference is going to draft them. And we're going to lose our minds and talk about, oh, this is the worst pick ever. Oh, why do we need offensive tackle? We got offense. We got Jeff Stalin. Draft a running back. But that offensive line is also the reason why we were in the Super Bowl in the first place. The reason why Miles Sanders is having a big payday with another team. Why Miles Sanders is even considered a top 5 running back. Why do you think Gainwell's having a great year? Because that offensive line is way huge for running backs, especially a guy like Miles Sanders, who's not a guy who can really create separation. He needs offensive line. That's why I'm not paying Miles Sanders. Because I can go draft one in the early second round, like a Gibbs, who I'm really high up on over Bijan Robinson. I'm not really a fan of Bijan Robinson. I don't see the wow. I see a guy that can run. But I don't see a guy that's a next generation talent. I don't. I watched highlights. I watched film. He's a running back. Another generation running back that we see every year, just a different form. A big bruiser, fast running back. Went to a fancy college. Everybody's high up on him. They're calling him the next great running back. They're calling him the next Walter Payton / Barry Sanders. Everybody's mocking him to go to the Philadelphia Eagles. Except to be another Ricky Williams situation. Maybe he won't be Ricky Williams. But it will be in Philadelphia because we're not drafting him. I don't want to get your hopes up. We're not drafting a running back in the first round. So watch all the B. John Robinson highlights you want. Dream all you want. If we're taking a running back, it's early second round or late second round. Maybe even third. We might not even draft a running back. They might believe in Kenny Gainwell so much they might consider him as the number 1 running back. I think that you need another safety because Marcus Epps is not it. I'm glad he's walking. You know what I'm saying? I'm not bringing him back. I think if you don't trade for a linebacker, you draft a linebacker. I like the Clemson linebacker, man. Trenton Simpson is the number 1 running linebacker that I think the Eagles, if they have a chance to draft and he falls in the early second, late third, you draft him. Now, I think his combat's going to blow up, and I think he's going to be an early first rounder. I do. We've seen Devin Lloyd go in the first round. The Kobe Dean falling in the third. We've seen guys like what's his name? The guy won from Alabama last year. What's his name? Christian Harris. That's who it is. Go in the first round. So we've seen guys go in early first over a combine. I expect those guys to boost their confidence up, boost their rate up, boost their whatever you want to call it, stat up. People get hyped up. And I expect guys like B.J. Robinson to have a bad performance and people just ignore it. Because I think all the hype always lead players to have bad combines. I don't know why. Maybe he runs a fast combine. If he is, guess what? We're definitely not getting him. Because he's going to go early first. The best thing that we better hope for is these quarterbacks to perform at the high level. If you want a Jalen Carter or you want a Will Anderson, you want the best for these quarterbacks. You want these quarterbacks to be so accurate that they cannot pass up on these talent. Even the Bears, they're going to be so high up on a guy like Young that they know that he can be the next great quarterback that they want to trade Justin Fields and draft him with the number 1. That's what we better hope for. They got to be so in love with these quarterbacks. We want them to be so in love with these quarterbacks. Quarterbacks got to be accurate. They got to be the next. They got to be the next Mahomes. That's how good I want them to be in the combine. Because I want players like cornerbacks to fall. You don't want to have a situation where quarterbacks are not performing at a high level or they're not living up to their height because they're going to take the cornerbacks and defensive ends. You know what I don't understand too? Also, let me just point this out. Jalen Carter could fall in this draft. He's not going in this combine. He's not even going to run a 40. He's sitting out. He just got arrested too. 2 red flags. If he falls to number 8 or he slides to number 10, turn in that card right away. Now, Howie Roseman also does not take guys with red flags. He doesn't. He never took guys with red flags. Think about it. Do you want that in your locker room? Now, again, people make mistakes. He's talented. But just because you're talented doesn't mean he's a good locker room fit. Is he going to be a role model? Or is he going to be a headache? That's the issue. That's what that's what GM's are going to be discussing. But he's not performing in the combine. That's a huge loss. Now you got arrested too. Jalen Carter could definitely fall. I can see that. And I can see the Eagles fans getting excited. And we pass up on him. And we take a guy like offensive tackle or cornerback. Maybe we do take pass rush. But again, I've seen crazier things happen. So I just want to warn y'all. All the B. John Robinson hype, all the Jalen Carter hype, Anderson hype. Let's say they do somehow fall to us. And Howie doesn't draft them. And he takes it off the tackle. I'm not going to be mad. Because you know why? That offensive tackle got us to a Super Bowl. That offensive tackle made Jalen Hurts elite. That offensive tackle was saving Jalen Hurts from getting injured. I watch guys like Joe Burrow who has no offensive line. because they took another receiver when they should have taken Penny Sewell instead of Jamar Chase. Yeah, Jamar Chase is a great receiver, and he's doing really good in Cincinnati. He's a really good number one for them. But what is more important? A flashy player who they got to pay along with Joe Burrow and T. Higgins, and they're about to release Joe Mixon, or take an offensive tackle that not only you need, but is something that can help your quarterback also. Yeah, receiver helps you with throwing the ball, and they can go up and get the ball, and they might be great teammates. But when you look at it now, offensive means so much. I'm not going to be mad at the Philadelphia Eagles drafting an offensive tackle in the first round. Would I be shocked? Probably. Would I be disappointed? Yeah, because I would love a Jordan Porter. A Joey Porter Jr., a Devin Witherspoon, a Gonzalez. But if they feel like offensive tackles they need or want, or someone that they can say, this is the guy that's the best player right now that we can use. Let's say Lane Johnson goes down and they take an offensive tackle. And there's going to be some people, listen, they got really upset when they took Landon Dixon. I saw so many people freak out. Saying it was the worst pick. Saying it was a horrible draft. And I made my video, and I think it's still there, where I said, if you look at it, it's not a horrible pick. Because now when Jason Kelce leaves, you got an offensive tackle for the future down the road. Do not put it past Howard Roseman. He can draft an offensive tackle in the first round. There's going to be offensive tackles that are going to fall. I would not be shocked that Eagles draft one. Because you don't know Lane Johnson's status. Lane Johnson is what, 33, 34, same age as pretty much the Kelce. He's getting older in age. You eventually got to draft your right tackle for the future next year. I mean, not next year, but down the road. They might do it in this year. Again, I'm just throwing this out because you're going to hear rumors. The Eagles are going defense. The Eagles going defense. But that's not usually the case because the Eagles will not reportedly say what they're going to do. Because why would they give their team, or not their team, but any team, leads of what they're going to do? Then teams are going to jump in front of them and take their players. That's why the Cowboys lost a lot of their players, because Jerry Jones showed his card to everybody. Harry Roseman ain't going to do that. Harry Roseman is a wizard. Harry Roseman is a guy that's sneaky. Harry Roseman is a guy that's going to do something that you don't expect. So do not put it past Harry Roseman. If an offensive tackle drops in with the 10th pick and the Eagles draft him, if they fall somehow down to the Eagles, and let's say Lane Johnson say, you know what, I don't want to be here anymore. I've done enough. I'm going to retire. Then I can understand the pick. I also can understand if Lane Johnson is still there, you draft an offensive tackle. Because our offensive tackle is helping Jalen Hurts. Might not be a sexy pick. You might want to start. Listen, I would love a DB. I would love a safety. I would love a running back. Not in the first round, but late first. Listen, I would love a defensive pass rusher, a linebacker. But our bread and butter is defensive ends and offensive tackle. I'm just warning a lot of Eagle fans. You are going to hear a lot of rumors. I'm telling you again, you're going to hear a lot of rumors. The Eagles are interested in cornerbacks. All you're going to hear is the Eagles met with Joey Porter Jr. And they did. They might have had a talk with him. He might say, oh, yeah, Howie Roseman draft me. I want to be in Philadelphia so bad. You know, you're going to hear all these rumors about the Eagles really love these corners. And they're very high up on them. They said the same thing about Patrick Surtain. The Eagles want to say that for teams to jump in front of them to take them so they can get the player they want. The Eagles are not going to announce who they want. They're not going to do that. That's not going to be Howard Roseman's gameplay. Howard Roseman is going to make sure they don't know exactly what they're going to do. Why do you think that everybody took a cornerback? It's including Denver and Carolina. Because the Eagles wanted them. And they needed corner. And they figured if the Eagles can't get it, if they need a corner, they're going to go in front of the Eagles to take them. But that's not the guy we wanted because we wanted Devontae Smith all along. As much as reports came out that we wanted Patrick Surtain, we wanted J.C. Horn, all these guys, all they talked about was we were going for corner. That the Philadelphia Eagles believed Jalen Reagor was their guy going forward. That they were not drafting another receiver. And what happened? Devontae Smith fell to us. You know, Jordan Davis was not a name. We heard about him, but we also heard about Sauce Gardner. The Eagles loved him. They loved George Pickens. They met with him in Philadelphia. Everybody got excited. The guys were Harris was meeting with guys from Ohio State. Remember? The guy in the New York Jets, the receiver. Wilson, the receiver. Yeah, him. The Ohio State receiver. He was an Eagle fan. Remember how you wanted to play in Philadelphia and the Eagles love him? They also loved the other Ohio State receiver, Olave. Again, man, there's so many rumors that you're going to hear. You're going to hear linebacker. You're going to hear quarterbacks. Listen. Just don't feed into the hype. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm going to say, man. Eagles do, like I said, if the Eagles do bring a guy back in free agency, it's C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And I think the Eagles are going to try to sign him. Now, there's rumors also C.J. Gardner-Johnson going to want them if he wants to get paid. If he wants to get paid a high safety, I love C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But business is business. I can go in this draft and draft another safety. Now, do I love C.J. Gardner-Johnson? No, I think we need him back. Yeah. But I'm not paying him a huge bunch of money when we don't have it. You know what I'm saying? If you want a big, huge bag, you got to go somewhere else for that. Go somewhere where you're going to get that. I wish you nothing but the best. But I'm not overpaying for a safety. I don't care how good you are. That's not good business, man. And I think the Eagles know that. The Eagles are not going to overpay. If some team's going to give them, listen, there's going to be some crazy team that might want to give C.J. Gardner-Johnson a huge chunk of money. See ya. Yeah, I love CJ, and I would miss him because he's been a Hartford City. But you know what? You can draft another safety that's probably going to be just like C.J. Gardner-Johnson. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is not hard to replace. It really isn't. He's talented, and his chemistry and what he gives to the Eagles, something you can't match. And his mindset in Philadelphia is just perfect. But I'm not overpaying for a safety. I'm not doing that. I'll let you walk and go find your own team that's going to do that. If you can find a team that can pay you, hey, it's a business. I get it. Go get your money, dude. You did what you had to do. You went from the Saints, from a terrible organization, to an Eagles franchise to go to a Super Bowl and ultimately didn't get it, but you played hard for your money. I will not be mad. You know what I'm saying? Because honestly, we don't got the money right now to do that. That's why the Eagles are trying to franchise tag C.J. Gardner-Johnson if they can't sign him. Because we don't know what Jalen Hurts' contract is. We don't know what that is. So, it's tough. But again, I don't put it past Howard Roseman to pay C.J. and Jalen Hurts because he's a cap wizard, man. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at it, he finds ways to manipulate the cap no matter how huge we are. You know, how bad we are in cap. He finds a way to get back in good hands with the cap money. And he finds a way to get back with all the money that we have, the backloads of money from contracts, and find a way to get out of it and make sure we have room for other players. I would not put it past Howard Roseman to sign both. To deals that you think are bargains. I agree. We can draft an offensive tackle. I mean, listen, like I said, if you know the Philadelphia Eagles, and listen, they might not draft an offensive tackle, and I hope to God they don't do that, because last time we drafted an offensive tackle in the first round, his name was Andre Dillard. I'd rather you draft one in the third round and just develop them, right? Mulata was not a first-round pick. We got the best offensive line head coach in the league in Jeff Stoutland. You extended him because you know how good he is. So unless you had the next Lane Johnson that you knew damn well was going to start right away, I'm not doing that. But I would not put it past the Eagles because the Eagles don't feel the same way as I do. And if you know the Eagles' bread and butter, it's the offensive line and the pass rush. Cornerbacks are probably like the extra. Maybe we do get lucky with drafting a cornerback because how bad our corners are. But do I expect the Eagles to draft a DB this year? No, I don't. I think the Eagles are going to fool us once again. They're going to give us a hope that we're going to draft another guy because listen, we've been asked for a DB for a while. Look how many times we've been asked for a DB. We never get it. We ask for a lot of DBs, and we never get a cornerback. Hell, we had a chance to get Patrick Surtain and J.C. Horn. We didn't get him. We got Devontae Smith. You know what I'm saying? We had a chance to get a corner in 2019. You know what I'm saying? 2020, we drafted Jalen Hurts over our phone, who's been injured. Listen, but we seen the Eagles pass up on DBs when they're there. They don't draft linebackers. They don't draft corners. Now, I'm hoping with Bradbury going that they will look at the draft. I'm hoping that maybe we see Howard Roseman, expand a little bit of his knowledge, go after a corner. And no, it's not his bread and butter, but listen, I would love to get a corner like a Joey Porter Jr., dude. I think he would be a hell of a good corner in Philadelphia. I'm really, really high on Joey Porter Jr. I think he's the best franchise corner in this draft. I know there's guys like Witherspoon, but I think Witherspoon is more of a project than a day one starter. And a lot of people are going to be high up on him. But he's a guy that I think is a little bit of a project. I'm not saying he's not going to start. He will start for a team. But it's going to take him a while for him to develop. Then the other guys like Joey Porter Jr. and Gonzalez, they're going to be day one stars. You can plug them right away, and they're day one starters, man. With the other guys, man, it's going to take them a while. That doesn't mean they're not going to be good. And when you look at the more who has the more potential out of all of them, it's Witherspoon, because he is everything you want. You might not have, he has the size. He's 6'2". I think he's 6'1" or something like that. Something crazy. He's tall. And he plays aggressive. But again, if you're just going to buy who has more of a chance to be a better corner, when you talk about the big schools, it's Penn State, it's Georgia, it's Alabama, it's LSU. Those are where you get corners, where you get defensive ends, linebackers, safeties. Those are the big schools that produce big town defensive ends. We've seen corners that are Penn State that translate to the NFL. How safeties. Eddie Jackson from the Bears is I think a safety for the Alabama. But we've seen guys like who's been a safety for Penn State. Penn State, I think, had a couple of guys. Where is it? I forget there's one of them. He used to play here. But we've seen safeties from Penn State. Brisker's good. I think he's a star. Michael Parsons, the Cowboys, everybody loves him, from Penn State. KG Hamler, I think, is a starter. Miles Sanders is a running back that we drafted that now walking free agency. But you saw guys like Barkley, they have produced good defensive ends. Sometimes they don't see, sometimes they do. It's up and down with Penn State. But I think Joey Porter Jr. is the guy that, when you went to a Sauce Gardner type corner, when you look at Sauce Gardner, Joey Porter Jr. matches that energy. I think Witherspoon is a great corner. Like I said, I don't care who we get. I think all three of them are going to be good. But Joey Porter Jr. to me is the best corner after this draft. I know a lot of people talk about he can get exposed, but the best ones, they get exposed in college. And he's still able to find ways to win. And I saw so many times where Joey Porter Jr. was able to shut down receivers. Despite a lot of people who think that he gets burnt, that happens. Go back and watch Sauce Gardner Jr.'s college career. You don't think he gets burnt? Sometimes I've seen Sauce Gardner get burned in college. Doesn't mean he's a bad corner. How he got burned in the NFL. Is he a bad corner? No. You know what I'm saying? So the Philadelphia Eagles, to me, should not look at that and say that's not a good corner, because I still think that he has time to learn and get better. And I think you can develop him into a great corner that doesn't get beat. He has all the instincts you want. Size. He can lock down receivers. He's not afraid to get physical with them. He will hold a lot, but let me tell you, he will hold rather than give up a touchdown. I will take that. You know what I'm saying? Because we have corners who want to get burned. He doesn't do that. You know, Witherspoon's another one who's aggressive, who is not afraid to hold you if he has to. He'll get a flag before he gives up a touchdown. Gonzalez, another one. You know, you got some young corners in this draft that are going to be good. So it's going to be interesting what we do. Do you agree that Hurts' disrespect is atrocious? Oh yeah, I mean, listen, Jalen Hurts is disrespected because this kid was not supposed to be that good, according to a lot of people. Jalen's getting disrespected because all the haters who are saying he can't throw, they're lying. All they are talking about is the Hail Mary throw. Really? No quarterback, I mean, unless your name is Aaron Rodgers, is completing that fucking throw. Okay? Jalen Hurts threw that ball. It didn't have enough air on it, unfortunately. He was chased around, and there was not enough time. You talk about the Hail Mary play. But let's talk about the touchdowns he threw in the Super Bowl to keep his team, despite, again, I'm not going to say his name, but, you know, in this game. Jalen Hurts is the reason why this Eagles team is in the Super Bowl. How can you hate on this kid? I don't get it, man. And I think that whoever hates him are not watching this game, or there's something personal with them that they don't like about him. I'm not the type that's going to bring up race because I don't believe in that. You know, I feel like everybody's equal. But again, man, when people just hate, I think it's part of it they're jealous or they just don't understand. You're more of afraid to be wrong. Especially when you've been discrediting him all through the career. And when you get proven wrong, you get pretty much spat in your face. Matter of fact, you don't get spat in your face, you get pissed on your face. Yeah, R. Kelly vibes. That's what you get. And you that's what you get. You got punched in your face, spat in your face, pissed on your face, all together. And now you look silly. Because you don't want to admit you're wrong. So you'll rather take the pee stains on your clothes than rather just admit you're wrong. You'd rather be the clown with the clown nose and the clown hair and sit there looking foolish rather than just say you were wrong. When I'm wrong, I admit when I'm wrong. I'm not afraid I can admit when I'm wrong. If you're right, then I'm going to say you're right. And I will go back on my research and I'll look if I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? Some people just don't want to admit that. And it looks bad on them. It looks stupid on you. Because to me, a man admits his mistakes. No matter how desperate they want to be right, they will admit their mistakes and they will know sometimes the truth will set you free. It's not good to lie. Number one, you're putting stress on yourself. Number two, you're making yourself look bad. And number three, you're doing to a quarterback that don't deserve it. Jalen Hurts is a guy that is likable, respectful, human being. He brings everything that you want in a quarterback. He's smart, intelligent, respectful off the field, on the field. He's disciplined. He's not cocky. He wants to get better. He's a team leader. He's a dog on the field, off the field. He puts the work ethic in every year. He's everything that we wanted Carson Wentz to be, that he wasn't. Carson Wentz had the big body. Well, he doesn't anymore. The big body, the big frame, the big arm. But he never had the mindset that Jalen Hurts has. And in this league, you gotta have the mindset. If you don't got the mindset, I don't care how good, damn, or even great you can be. If that ain't makes sense, let me take that back. I don't care how good you are. You are not going to be great in this league. You can have the great arm. Jeff George had a great arm in college. But in the NFL, he got exposed because of his character issues, because his mindset wasn't there. Ryan Leaf was supposed to be a great college, great NFL quarterback. His mindset sucks. For a while, Brett Favre was a head case. The Falcons drafted him originally. They traded him to Green Bay. Yeah, he was a Falcons quarterback before he was traded to Green Bay. We've seen quarterbacks get traded because they're head cases. We've seen quarterbacks fail miserably because they're head cases. Look at the Denver Broncos. Russell Wilson had a private agent, private office, a quarterback. The Seattle Seahawks traded him because he wanted Pete Carroll, and the GM fired. And Seattle was not going to do that because they didn't take a quarterback and make them about them. It wasn't about the quarterback. They didn't care about the quarterbacks and what they thought. They looked at the coach and they said, do we want to get rid of a guy who, if another team gets their hands on, it's going to be good because of Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is a definition of too big-headed. The man had a private room. It was reported he had a private room with private agents, his own room. And he had a life coach, I believe, or something like that, something crazy. Those are the quarterbacks you don't want. Jalen Hurts, I'm telling you right, if you pay him, will stay the same. Stay the same. You've seen quarterbacks who get paid. Like Jalen Hurts deserves money. And you know what? By the way, I got to bring this up. For people who think that Lamar Jackson deserves that type of money, you're crazy. You know why the Baltimore Ravens are not paying? I keep on saying it. It's not because they don't believe in Lamar Jackson. Well, they don't. Well, he has no receivers. No, that's not true. He had receivers. The problem with Lamar Jackson is Lamar Jackson cannot throw open his receivers. He struggles with throwing the football. He's regressed from his years. When you're sitting there on the sidelines, when your team needs you in the playoffs and you're busy worrying about getting paid instead of putting your body on the line, showed your true colors right there. You're in the playoff game. I don't give a damn if you have a foot injury. You saw Jalen Hurts play with an ankle injury in the playoffs. People bashed him. I saw Jalen Hurts play with a shoulder injury in the playoffs into a Super Bowl. They bashed him. But he didn't care. He still went out there and performed at a high level. When you're a franchise quarterback who wants to get paid, you go out there no matter how much pain you are, no much time you have to rehab. You can rehab all day. But go out there and show that you're worth that money. I'm tired of people babying Lamar Jackson. I really am. The reason why the Ravens don't pay him, look at this. Look at the signs. The man does not care about a team. Anybody who thinks that man cares about his team rather than getting the money, who doesn't even go out there and put his life on the line for his team. Despite the bad team, you want people to give you talent, you got to earn it. You want the Ravens to build around you, earn it. Go out there and show you're the guy. Go out there and help your team win a playoff game. You're a loser. You don't deserve the money. Lamar Jackson's not a great quarterback. He's not a good leader. He's a guy that everybody loves because you play on Madden. He looks flashy on the highlight film. But he's not a quarterback that can win you championships. We saw that in real games. Hell, he threw one in triple coverage against the Bills and got picked off in his home field. I think it was home field advantage. He had home field advantage many times. He can't win a playoff game. Jalen Hurts is past that. Jalen Hurts has done what Lamar Jackson couldn't do. That people say Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts are the same thing. No, they're not. Lamar Jackson is a bum. Mel Kiper was right about Lamar Jackson. And people ain't going to like it. He should have stick to running back. Because it's not, listen, you can have the greatest athlete, you can be the greatest athlete you want. This doesn't make you an elite quarterback. You got to be able to throw in the pocket. You got to be able to make sure you can throw the ball. You don't have the biggest arm. Jalen Hurts don't have the biggest arm. We know that. But my God, he's accurate. And when he didn't have the right tools last year to work on his accuracy, he goes out there and not only does he go and work on it, he works with one of everybody considers the greatest, Tom Brady, which I don't consider him. But listen, I thank him for helping him because it helped him. Maybe Lamar Jackson needs to work with Tom Brady to get his arm ready. Because it's what? If he goes to Atlanta, they're going to make him throw. If you don't think he has to, listen, everybody wants to go to Atlanta. Why? They have no receivers over there. They got no receivers over there for him. Not anybody that's going to be spectacular. They're going to have a second year with Drake London. And they're going to have a team that's decimated. They're not ready to win. And Lamar Jackson's not a winner. Who goes into the playoff game and doesn't put your team, like you want to get paid? Show me. When I'm looking at a quarterback, what do I look at? I look at guys who want to fight for the team. A guy that's going to die for the team. Are you willing to put your body on the line for your team? If you're not, get the hell out of my face with that money shit. Go get your brick truck somewhere else. I'm tired of excuses for Lamar Jackson, I really am. I see a lot of ego fans about it would be stupid enough for the Ravens not to pay him. No, it would be smart enough for the Ravens not to pay him. Because they can go in the draft and they can find another quarterback that can do the exact same Lamar Jackson can do. They can go in the draft and get another quarterback that will play better than Lamar. Lamar is the problem. Problem is himself. He doesn't want the work involved. And that's when we talk about quarterbacks. Quarterbacks have all the great talent they want. How do you want it? Do you want to be remembered as a guy that's a leader, or do you want to be remembered as a guy who's just money hungry, greedy guy, has all the flashy tools? Because once his legs are gone, and you saw him get hurt, you saw Kyler Murray go down with an ACL. You think it's going to be the same? You know, an ACL takes 2 to 3 years at the max. I've been telling Cowboy fans that about Michael Gallup. I'll say it again with Kyler Murray. He's not going to be back to 100%. He'll be clear to play, but he won't be 100% again. It'll take 2 to 3 years at the maximum to heal. An ACL takes 2 to 3 years because your body just got surgery on a repair ligament. It takes a while. You're not Adrian Peterson. You're not running next year and being the same player. We've seen quarterbacks fall big time from that injury. If I'm the Ravens, I'm not paying Lamar because I can't trust him to throw the ball. And if he's going to run, that's not going to do me any good. Because in the playoffs, listen, in the playoffs, you got to be able to throw the ball. You got to be able to throw the ball. Jalen Hurts showed you can throw the ball in the playoffs. They took away his running game. What happened? He was able to throw. They say he's a running back. Okay, treat him like a running back. You get torched because he can throw. Jalen Hurts showed you could throw in the pocket. Jalen Hurts showed you could throw on the center. Jalen Hurts showed you could throw whatever you need him. He could throw while scrambling. He showed you definitely in the Super Bowl he can do that. He went toe-to-toe with Mahomes. And I think he outplayed him. Lamar Jackson can't throw the ball. And people want to sit there and say he could throw. He has all these stats and thrown there. No, a lot of times the defense was getting turnovers because they had a great defense with Marcus Peters, Marlon Humphrey, the safety that they had over there before they signed another one. They had a great defense. They had a good defense over there. So Lamar Jackson was getting easy yardage because that defense was getting turnovers, man. That's important. And a lot of times those touchdowns were literally near the end zone. They were literally 2 yards from a touchdown because all he had to do was throw to a tight end and he was wide open for a touchdown. But when it came back to the in the middle of the field or the back of the end zone, he ain't beating you with his arm. He needs to run. He needs the RPO system. If Lamar Jackson wasn't greedy, I'd bring Lamar Jackson my backup and let him sit behind Jalen Hurts. You know what I'm saying? Just because he can run. You know? You never know. But he's not going to do that. Lamar's going to go get his money. Someone's going to overpay for him. Good luck with that. But I think the Ravens are smart. The Ravens are smart. Why are you paying a quarterback, when he didn't even want to fight for you? The man threw the towel and said, you know what? I'm not coming to play. I'm worried about my money. You're a loser. Let me be a Raven fan and I'll be the anti-Lamar Jackson fan. I really don't think Lamar is all that. I think people overhype him because he's a Madden character. Everybody loves his flashiness, love the fact he can run. He can throw a little bit that, but he's not really an elite passer. And in this day and league, you got to be able to throw the ball. And you know what? The Ravens are not seeing that. They're not seeing progression. He has declined since his MVP year. He's declined. And we can argue right now that he has weapons over there too. Bateman was drafted. You still got reliable Mark Andrews. You got 2 legit running backs over there. You got a running back that they drafted in the first round. Early second round. The Ohio State running back. What's his name? I wanted that running back so bad. Is it Dobbs? I forget the guy's name. But listen, you got a lot of running backs that were drafted on the Ravens. They brought Mark Ingram there. J.K. Dobbins, that's who it is. They brought so many other guys over there to help him out. They have a great offensive line over there. Yet this guy needs weapons. We want to talk about Marquise Brown. Okay. All right, cool. What about Deshaun Jackson? He had one play, and that's it. Too old, right? But that's the only thing they can afford. No receiver wants to play with him. He had Sammy Watkins, so he had weapons. They don't need to be spectacular, but he has weapons. And how are you going to give a quarterback weapons when, let's be real, he's not a quarterback. He can't throw. He's not a realistic thrower. And people get upset when you say that. Well, Lamar is a great quarterback. No, he's not. He's a great running back. He can run the ball. He can make you miss. He can juke you. He can do all the things you need him to do. But ask him to throw from the pocket. He struggles with that. Ask him to come in the game when you need him the most, especially a playoff game. A playoff game. If you win this, you advance. Another great quarterback that deserves money is a guy who takes their team all the way. and it shuts all the haters up. Jalen Hurts did that. Lamar didn't do that. Lamar showed him everybody once again that he's a money-hungry scumbag who has all the talent in the world but doesn't show up for his team when they need him the most. You're a franchise quarterback. We're supposed to pay you all that money, and you don't show up. You want to play money-hungry bag type games. Like you want to act like you're untouchable. You're acting like the Ravens need you. No, it's all the way around. You need the Ravens. I don't care what quarter. Listen, Jalen Hurts did not decide to show up with the show. Listen, Jalen Hurts decided to do what Lamar Jackson did. Let's say, for example, this year he didn't want to play because of shoulder injury. Then I don't want to pay him. Because that shows me that you not have the heart. You don't have the mindset. You don't have the dedication to be part of this team. You just want the money. And that's not a quarterback that I could win with. Jalen Hurts, despite his shoulder injury, even with his shoulder injury, he wanted to be on that field. He didn't care about the money. Yeah, he wants to get paid, and I'm sure he will. But he earned it. He took his team to a Super Bowl. He put his team on the line. He made sure he would battle for them. He would put his whole body on the line to win. That's a winner. Lamar Jackson's not a winner. He's a loser. Y'all like him because he's flashy and he has man stats. I don't care about that. What have you done to show me that you're a guy that I could pay for? Pay. If I'm the Ravens, I'm looking at you like you're a guy that has regressed since your MVP year. You want us to give all you know how you get weapons by teams? Like Jones did? You go out there and you show it. Go out there and prove to everybody that you deserve that money. Go out there and put your body on the line. Oh, you got an ankle injury. Get over it. Put some ice on it. Wrap your ankle around. And you don't need to run. If you're able to throw the ball, then you should be all right? Or you can't throw. Because if his ankle was right, he would be able to play, right? He don't need to throw. You know what I'm saying? So no, when I hear people talk about, also I don't want to get on top of when I hear people talk about the Ravens should pay Lamar Jackson. I wouldn't pay him. I'll let him walk. You can get another quarterback that's just going to be way better than Lamar Jackson. Lamar is a great, flashy guy who can run. But it's not about running. Because in the playoffs, you need to have a quarterback who can throw. And that guy showed he didn't want to be part of this team. He wasn't committed to be part of this team. He ought to care about his money, not about his team. You're a freaking loser. I don't care how hurt you are. Suck it up. If you want that money, you go out there and you ball the hell out like you want that money. How do you show an owner that you deserve that money? How do you show your job that you're worth that paycheck or raise? You go out there, you work your ass off. You don't sit there and say, oh, I'm not going to show up to work because I don't want to be. No, man. You show it. Show me you're worth that money. Go out there and put your body on the line. Jalen Hurts did it. That's why he's getting paid this year. That's why the Eagles want him. And they're not looking at drafting a quarterback. Don't keep your eyes on the Ravens, man. Keep your eyes on the Ravens. If they franchise tag Lamar Jackson, he's out of here. I can see someone trade all those picks to get him. Why? I don't know why. I would trade him. I would get some of his money. I don't care what I get back from him. Get him out the locker room. Because he might be a great guy, but he's a terrible teammate. Because your job is to put your team in the best position to win as a quarterback. You got one job to do. Go out there and put your team on your back. And if you can't do that, then you're not the guy that we can lead on. Because in this day of the league, you got quarterbacks who think they deserve money, but they don't show it. You want the money, you want the bag, but you don't deserve it. You say you are a teammate, but you actually showed something different. It's an ankle injury. Okay. It's a sprained ankle. It's not broken. Go out there and prove that you're the guy. Oh, but you want your money. Get your sorry loser ass out of here, man. You know, if I was a Raven fan, I would tell Lamar Jackson to get his ass out of here. I don't know why people like him. I don't. He's a flashy running back who can shoot people all day. And people need to stop saying he's Michael Vick. He's not Michael Vick. Michael Vick could throw. Michael Vick in his later career could throw. Matter of fact, Michael Vick, if you look at the Falcons, a lot of times he threw the ball. He ran when he needed to, but he could throw the ball. He had an arm. You know what I'm saying? The problem is he liked to run. He had no offensive line. Lamar has an offensive line. I don't want to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? Lamar is a bum. Lamar has a noodle arm that everybody claims Jalen Hurts has. No, Lamar has that. You know what I'm saying? But you got to have a lot of people who want to defend him because they look at all the fancy highlights of him juking people, of him doing the stinky leg, whatever you want to call on these guys. They want to make them miss, do all that stuff, but he can't throw. And he showed it in the playoffs he can't. And he's regressed. And no receivers want to play for him. Why do they not want to play for him? Why do you think the Ravens don't want to get him receivers? Why would we get you receivers? We can't even depend on you to be a quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So Lamar won't be in this league that long, man. I'm telling you like this. Lamar has one more opportunity to go to a new team if he doesn't get signed by the Ravens and show he can be the guy. You know what I'm saying? If I'm a team, I'm not paying him a big top money. You're not getting that. You get a 1-year deal to prove that you're worth that money. Go out there and show me you're the guy. But if I'm the Ravens, I'm done with them. You know what I'm saying? After that, the fact that you did not want to play in the playoffs, when we needed you the most, when your team was on the line battling for you, and you didn't want to battle for your team, you're a loser. You don't deserve them. I don't give a damn how good you are. Listen, you can be the greatest quarterback in the whole fucking world. If you suck as a teammate player, you're not a guy that we can rely on. You're not a team player. You're not a quarterback leader. You don't put your team on your back. Get the hell out of here. I don't care how damn talented you are. You can have the greatest juke move all the NFL has ever seen. Doesn't mean shit. Doesn't win me championships. It doesn't win me anything. It doesn't help my team to get better. It doesn't make you better, really, if you want to be real. It's nice on the stat sheet. It makes you look good on Madden. But I don't give a damn about Madden. Go out there and put your body on the line and shut up about the money. We'll worry about it later. Go out there and put your body on the line. If you think you're worth that, then go out there and show it. Show that you've been working on your arm strength. Show me. Show me what you can do with less talent. Why would we give you more talent? Listen, you know why the Eagles gave Jalen Hurts more talent? Because he showed what he can do with less talent. He showed that. The Eagles upgraded because they thought he can win with more talent. Because he showed with less. He still found a way with a rookie head coach to go to the playoffs and almost had a wild card. And this year he took him to a Super Bowl. Lamar has not showed that. Lamar has back-to-back home field advantage with a top 5 defense, 2 legit linebackers, Patrick Queen, Roquan Smith, who they traded for. You notice they paid Roquan Smith, not Lamar Jackson. That says something. And they got the money. They just don't care about Lamar. And a lot of people are going to disagree. I see people on Twitter talk about Lamar. The Ravens are stupid enough for letting him go. Why? What does he provide for the Ravens? I thought Brett Hundley played better, honestly. He played okay for a guy who was backup. The Ravens don't need that type of headache. When you're paying a quarterback that type of money, you got to understand something. This guy's going to be the guy that's supposed to lead you to a Super Bowl. Is the Ravens going to lead Lamar Jackson? Lamar Jackson going to lead the Ravens to a Super Bowl? If the question is no, you don't pay him. Same with Jalen Hurts. You know what I'm saying? We know Jalen Hurts can win a Super Bowl because we seen him go at with Mahomes and he would have won it. We seen Jalen Hurts win playoff games. That's why we're paying him. These other guys who want to get paid don't deserve it. A lot of times they want the money without getting it and showing that they deserve it. That's losing mentality, man. I don't pay quarterbacks just because, man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Lamar Jackson is not a guy that I would pay. I don't care how. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what your status is. I don't care how elite you think you are. All that shit ends when you. The man passed up on the Ravens offered him the money. You know, there's talks around here talk about they're going to want to get Lamar paid. The Ravens will be the dumb enough to pay Lamar. That's fine. I mean, if they want to sacrifice 13, go for it. Lamar is 1-3 in the playoffs. He's 1-3 in the playoffs, I believe. I think he has the exact same wins as Dak Prescott. Let me know if I'm wrong. I think he has one win. No, Dak has more than him because he won a wild card. Didn't he? Won a card. Yep. So yeah, Dak is 2 in the wild card. I think Lamar Jackson ever been past a wild card. Let me know. I don't think he has. Hold on, let me look that up real quick. I don't think he has. I don't know why they paying him. Lamar Jackson has one playoff win on his belt. One. Jalen Hurts since then has more. Hell, I think Josh Allen had more than him. And Lamar Jackson wants to get paid same amount as Mahomes, same amount as Jalen Hurts. The Ravens would be dumb enough to do that, man. They're a stupid organization. The Ravens need to do what they need to do right now. Play guessing games with them. You know what I'm saying? Because eventually, if Lamar does not get what he wants, because I don't see no team paying him. I don't. Not unless the team is desperate like the Falcons. And they cut Marcus Mariota, who's exactly the exact same like Lamar Jackson. They can't throw and they run. I don't see the Falcons going after Lamar Jackson. They do, they're dumb too. You know what I'm saying? Because he's not Michael Vick. He's not. You know what I'm saying? Michael Vick also could throw. You know what I'm saying? He can throw. He had a huge arm. Even in college, I seen him throw too. He also ran too. Gotta understand. And for people who don't understand, I can pull up Michael Vick highlights too. You know what I'm saying? Falcons might do it. They might. I also think they might go after Carson Wentz. I saw a picture on Twitter. I can see them going after Carson Wentz. A guy that's been around the league. And they're going to try to fix him like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? He over there in Atlanta, not cold, in a different division. You know what I'm saying? I can see Carson Wentz going to Atlanta. I do. I think Carson Wentz in Atlanta makes so much sense. A quarterback that's not expensive, a guy that they can try to fix, a guy that has been around the league, knows what it's like. And you know, it is what it is. You know, and they cut after next year. But like I said, man, like if you're the Falcons, are you going to pay a guy who didn't want to show up for the Ravens in the playoffs? What happens when the Falcons go to the playoffs and he wants another bag? That's not the type of guy I want on my team. That's not a guy I want. You don't want a guy that is greedy. You don't want a guy that is going to ruin your franchise because he wants a fucking bag. And the fact that Lamar Jackson did that, oh, well, yeah, sprained ankle. Listen, Jalen Hurts played with shoulder injury. If he did that shit, I would not pay him. I don't care. But the fact that he put his body on the line, he said, you know what? I don't care about the money. It's all about my team. Why didn't Lamar Jackson do that? You're a leader. You want to get paid millions, right? You have one playoff win under your belt. You're not really good at throwing. People don't like it. He's not. I don't care about his stats. I watched the games, most of the games with him. I seen him struggle. Hell, last year he struggled when I was at work watching the Giants game. He threw a pick, and the ball wasn't even near the receiver. It was literally right to a defender, right in his arms. Whoops. So much for a great arm. The man is careless with the football. I'm not paying that. Because not only that you got to show up for your team, but you also got to put your – listen, when we're looking at quarterbacks, we look at quarterbacks that can win in big games. Lamar can't do that. Lamar has some games where you see him win, and you're like, yeah, he won big games. No, I'm talking about playoff games. This man is about to get paid how much he wants to get paid. He's turned down deals, by the way. I mean, he turned down a deal that would have made him the highest paid quarterback. I would have taken that. Because now you might not get that bag. And I don't see any team, even the Falcons, I don't see them that stupid enough to pay Lamar Jackson top money. They don't got a team right now that can help him. So eventually Lamar Jackson's going to have to come back to the Ravens. I think they franchise tag him. And they're going to keep him for one more year. And they're going to try to trade him. I think that's what's going on. I think Lamar Jackson is going to go and see what the market's offering him. Some team is not going to pay him what he wants. And then the Ravens are going to franchise tag him. He's going to be signed to a franchise tag. He's going to sit out like a bum that he is. He's going to sit there and cry. He's going to do the Le'Veon Bell. He's going to pretend he's going to go around, do trips, sit there on IG, maybe rap, you know what I'm saying? And then they're going to try to trade him, and they're going to try to trade him, and he's going to get traded. But then he don't want to sign his trade clause, so teams can trade for him. So eventually, they're just going to make him sit out for the season, and he's going to go somewhere else where he's going to get paid how much money, and he's going to be out the league. That's what's going to happen. I've seen players do that. Le'Veon Bell did it, and we've seen players hold out. You don't want the type in your locker room. Those are cancers. They're not winners. I'll say the same thing with Jalen Hurts or any quarterback. When you want to get paid, you go out there and put your body on the line, you show it. It's called hard work. It's called making sure you're in the right. It's called putting your body and putting your money where your mouth is. You want that money? Go and earn it. You think you're the guy that we should rely on for the next 4 to 5? It's not about this year. You're paying Lamar Jackson to be the guy for a long time. One playoff win on his belt. And then when you have a chance to win a playoff game and make it 2 playoff wins in advance, you decide to want to sit out. You want to cry about getting the bag. Screw you if I'm the Ravens. Because I would just watch Jalen Hurts. If I'm the Ravens, look what he did. He put his body on the line. Why didn't you do that? You want to get the bag? You want receivers? But you don't want the work involved. You don't want to get better. You don't want to help your accuracy. You don't want to go out there and show it. You don't want to put your body on the line for your teammates, your guys that fight for you. You don't want to fight for them. I'm not paying no top guy. I don't care how good you are. You can juke everybody all you want. You could juke him. You could juke her. You can juke Sally down the street. You can juke the whole neighborhood. That's all for all I care. Juke the whole NFL players all over the field. Your action says you don't want to be here. Your action says you don't want to be here. You don't want to be a part of the Ravens. You don't deserve the money. as I call you losers, because losers do that shit, not winners, not guys that you could say a franchise guy going for the next 4 to 5, 10 years down the road, a guy that you can build around and making him a Super Bowl champion. Lamar's not that guy. Lamar is a money hungry, flashy quarterback or running back, whatever you want to call it, who's going to be getting the bag from someone else, and eventually they're going to say, you know what, you're not the guy. We're just going to let you go. And bam, out the league. Or someone's going to pay him, and he's going to get hurt because they're going to try to run, or he's going to want to do it his way. And the Ravens are going to look like geniuses. We've seen it so many times where they pay a quarterback and they get hurt right away. Or you pay a guy, you give in to a guy, and he doesn't do shit. If you're the Ravens, man, did you really think Lamar Jackson's the guy? Or are you just desperate because you don't want to sound like the bad guy? I'd rather be the bad guy and be the smart GM than rather give up all my asses to a guy that didn't deserve to be in the playoffs. I'm sorry, got us in the playoffs. I'm sorry, Lamar didn't even get us to the playoffs. No, our defense got us to the playoffs. And you don't even want to play for your team. You don't want to show up. So instead, you sitting there saying, you know what, I'm going to show you that I'm the guy. I'm going to go out there and play on my heart, on my sleeve. I'm going to show you my worth ethic. I'm going to show you should pay me. I'm the guy going for it. Reconsider. And go out there and show. Put your big boy pants on and take the bib out your fucking mouth. Take the bib out of your neck. Take the pacifier out your mouth. Grow the fucking pair of balls. Bandage that fucking ankle and get the hell on the field and show you're the guy. You'd rather just sit there and say, I'm not going to show them till you pay me. Get the hell out of my face. Loser. If Jalen Hurts did that, I'll say the exact same thing. That's a loser mentality, man. Anybody want to pay for that guy? Man, you walk into a cancer locker room quarterback. Well, he has no weapons. He don't deserve any. Because the quarterback goes out there and they put their body on the line. Why would I give him weapons? You haven't shown me you're the guy. You consistently make it hard for me to pay you. You don't want to show up in big games. You have one playoff win under your belt. You're 1-3. You're 1-4, I believe. You have not improved your accuracy. You're still making bonehead decisions, throwing picks in the middle of games when you need the wins, like the Giants game. Come on. You're crying that you want to get paid, but you don't do the things you need to do. How can I trust you? That's what I would do if I'm a GM. But see, I'm not a GM because I want to be nice. I'll be the one that everybody call idiot and I want everybody fired because I'm a Ravens GM and I wouldn't pay Lamar. I wouldn't pay him. I wouldn't. I'd go and draft another quarterback. You know what I'm saying? And get another quarterback. Or I would have kept Lamar Jackson and franchise tag him and then draft a quarterback in the second round. Because we need one if I'm the Ravens. Are you trusting Tyler Huntley as your guy? But there's gonna be a lot of goofballs who like Lamar Jackson because they play Madden. He looks great on a video game. But I don't care about that. That's not real life. So imagine being like Lamar and sit down in the playoffs where they needed you most. No, just imagine Lamar was our quarterback in Philadelphia. Just imagine that. Just imagine we drafted Lamar Jackson. That everybody wanted us to draft so bad. Just imagine we didn't want Jalen Hurts. We traded him for Lamar Jackson. Imagine that loser. I bet people will be thinking twice for trying to trade Jalen Hurts now. Now when you look at it, you don't want to trade him now because he's a star. But a lot of people wanted Lamar Jackson with Jalen Hurts. Think about we had that quarterback, that type of mentality in Jalen Hurts. Not the one we see right now. Hard working, dedication, commitment, putting his body, putting his sleeve, everything on the line. Blood, sweat, tears, everything. Showing he's the guy. Going out there, not only going to a wild card as a rookie with trash receivers. doesn't say nothing, puts his body on the line again, and goes to a Super Bowl with a shoulder injury. It doesn't even stop him. A teammate off and on the field, a leader in men, a guy that you can rely on, a winner. Find ways to win in big games, clutch games, huge games like the championship, MC Championship game, playoff wild cards. All those things that we talk about Jalen Hurts, guy. Imagine having a guy like Lamar Jackson, a guy that wants money, and then when you name him in the playoff game, he doesn't want to show up. He wants to hold out. I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed. I'd be wanting you out of Philadelphia. No, don't bother paying him. I also would have questions about why you can't throw. I don't want to be in that situation. I'm glad we don't have Lamar Jackson because I don't think he's a great quarterback. I think people overhype him because of his stats, because he had a one MVP year. 2017? It was 2018. 2018. Yeah, it was 2018, right? The MVP year where he was dodging everybody, making people miss. But he has only one playoff win. And he lost in the NFC Championship game, I believe, or a divisional round to the Buffalo Bills and threw a pick in double coverage. Can't read the defense still. Struggles to throw the ball with accuracy. And hasn't worked on anything. But wants to get paid millions. See, people don't want to talk about that. They want to say, well, look at his stats, man. He was an MVP. Okay. And? So what, he was an MVP? Okay. I've seen so many other quarterbacks for MVP. Who cares? What does MVP, what does that do? That's just a name. That's just a award for you having a good season. That's a popularity contest. What have you done in the big games? What? One playoff win? Really? You've been in the league how many years? Under that same system? With the same coaching staff? And let's not act like John Harbaugh ain't a good head coach. John Harbaugh is one of the best head coaches in the NFL. Brilliant mind. You can't win a playoff game? Hell, you can't even put your body on the line for your team to win another playoff game? Hell, at least show me you can be trustworthy when we need you the most. That's the quarterback you don't want. A guy that's not going to be willing to help your teammates, whether things were looking good or up for him. I can never respect the quarterback. If you think I'm willing to pay you then, I would definitely not pay you now. After you pull that stunt, you didn't want to show up in the big games, well, my ankle hurts. Get over it. But you have so much time to tweet and do all that. I'm guessing your ankle's fine. You could juke so many people, but you have time, right? Get out of here. You're a freaking bum. You're a waste. Not worth that type of money. One playoff win on your belt. No receivers want to play with you because you suck as a quarterback. You can't get them the ball. It's nothing new. The Ravens don't want to get you talent. Why would they? You haven't showed them you can win. And people don't want to talk about. They want to talk about Lamar Jackson's a great quarterback. He's this and that. He's nothing around him. Stop all that. That's an excuse, dude. Because they drafted receivers for him. Didn't they draft Bateman? Is that not enough? J.K. Dobbins is a second round pick running back. They went and signed Mark Ingram for you. So stop all of that. I ain't trying to hear all that. We make excuses. We don't hold our quarterbacks to accountability. Good thing he's not in Philadelphia because he would have got destroyed, including people like me. If Lamar was a quarterback, I would be raging. Oh, that's another thing. People think Lamar can win with a talent. No, we can't. No, we can't. Lamar's not getting past a wild card with our talent. Because Lamar Jackson would have to throw the ball. If you think Lamar Jackson's not going to be able to just magically throw the ball, listen, Lamar's not a good thrower. Why do you think he was last in the draft? People don't understand. The reason why the Ravens picked him last in the first round, because there was questions about him. He was not great with the football when it comes to throwing. A lot of character issues, which we're seeing now. And he was a college quarterback who only can run. And listen, a lot of people give Mel Kiper crap for saying he should be a running back. But look what he's doing most times. He's not throwing the ball. He's trying to run the ball. He needs the RPO system. When he throws the ball, he throws a pick. Again, I was watching that in my job, and I'm watching Lamar Jackson roll to his left and try to throw a ball, and too bad he can't throw it. The ball literally goes right into the linebacker's arms, pick for a touchdown. Or no, I'm sorry, pick, and Daniel Jones goes down and scores. In a crucial moment, you're down, you need a big drive. This is where quarterbacks make their money. Keep the ball out of the defender's hands, the opposite hands, or the opposing team's hands. Get the ball down for your team to have a chance to score. Can you win the big games? Especially in regular season. Those are big games. When you're down and you need your quarterback to come through. This is where I need great quarterbacks to come through. If you're one of the elite quarterbacks, you'll find a way to get it done. He didn't do it. He lost it. But then you have people make excuses for him. Not only did he didn't throw one pick, he threw 3 in the whole freaking game against the Giants. He was terrible. So when people sit there and make excuses for Lamar Jackson, that he should be paid, if I'm the Ravens, I'll look back at his games. You threw picks in the middle of games when you needed him to win, when we needed a chance to win. Opportunities, you blew them. Then top all that, you want to cry and throw a tantrum, you want to get paid, and you go out and not only you don't show up for the playoff game, you sit out the whole playoffs when your team is in the playoffs and they need you the most. What does that say about you as a quarterback? What does that say to your teammates? How does your teammates respond to you to being the leader going forward? How do you respect that guy? If I'm a teammate of Lamar Jackson, I'm not respecting anymore. You lost that respect when you did that. That's a selfish, bad, diva, cancel locker room quarterback. That's exactly what it is. That is something I don't expect from my quarterbacks. But a lot of people want the flashy highlights, man. A lot of them are not Raven fans. They're Lamar Jackson fans. I don't get what's special about him. Yeah, he can run, juke people. Woohoo, great. Can he throw though? Can he get the ball down to his receiver's hands? Can he win in big games? Can he win more than one playoff game? Can he show up in the big games? The question is no, no, and no. And that's why the Ravens are not paying him. And if I'm the Ravens, I don't pay him at all. I let him walk. I like Bernard Pollard Jr. Did not know top receiver even want to play with Lamar. Huh? No receiver. Listen, the reports came out no receiver wanted to go to Lamar Jackson. Why do you think Marquise Brown wanted out? Now he ended up going to another bad quarterback because Kyler Murray's an ass quarterback. He sucks. I'm not saying Marquise Brown's great because he's terrible too. But again, man, he was drafted from one bummy quarterback, then gets straight to another bummy quarterback. Just one who's smaller, who looks like a kid, a little short, small kid throwing a football. But that's why receivers want out. When your quarterback can't get you the ball, they don't want to play with you. They thought the exact same thing with Jalen Hurts. And too bad Jalen Hurts can throw the ball to them. Lamar can't. DK didn't want to play with him. Hell, you got Raven content creators right now on IG mocking receivers and making receivers into Baltimore Ravens uniforms, saying Terry McLaurin to the Ravens would be awesome. He's not going to want to go there. And Commanders are not trading Terry McLaurin, bro. They're desperate. They're mocking everybody. Would not be surprised they're trying to mock Devontae Smith to the Ravens next. You know what I'm saying? Even though I don't think that's going to happen. But they're trying. They're trying to recruit them from IG to Baltimore because they think Lamar is not the problem. Kyler, 10-year-old Murray. Kyler's a bum. It's a flat-out bum, man. It's a bum. We've been here for a long time, dude. You know, so I've been talking about everything, man. And listen, I don't listen. It's not popularity live stream, but I've been talking about a lot, man. You know, and I appreciate y'all for keeping on. We got one person. It don't matter. Appreciate y'all. Gibbs looks good. He does look good. I agree with that. I absolutely do agree with that. I think Gibbs is a really good running back. Man, it is 7:04. Good luck. Gibbs looks good. He does. He's actually a great running back. What did he say? This organization once said you don't need to spend a first round pick on the running back. No, you don't. I agree with that, Big D. I'm not. Listen, I'm not paying for no running back, man. I'm not paying for no running back. I'll pay for a top safety before I pay for a running back. Running backs are not worth the number one pick. Unless his name is Barry Sanders. And I'm not even paying for that guy either. As much as I like Barry Sanders. There's no running back that I'm willing to pay. I'll get one in free agency if I have to. Our best running back, I think Steve Van Bruin was a running back. I mean, a quarterback. Let me know. I think he was a quarterback, bro. Hold on, let me look. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so all right, yeah, you're right. He was a halfback. My fault. I'm thinking of the other guy, Van Bruin. What's his name? Van Brocklin. I'm thinking that dude. If a receiver wanted to go to Ravens, they would have say like Adams. No, I mean no receiver's going to go there. Lamar is not the guy that they can rely on. Why would listen? Let me ask you a question. If you know a quarterback over there is not going to be able to get you the ball, why are you going to go over there and make yourself available to be traded there? Especially if you're a guy like Metcalf or a guy like that who everybody wanted to go to Baltimore. Why would you go there? Why? And why would you want to play with a guy who did not want to be part of his team in the playoffs? Now you really don't want to go there. Because if he's going to do that then, what do you think he's going to do down the future? It's all about, and my mom always taught me this when I was younger, and I never understand this until I had to learn the hard way. It's all about the way you treat people, right? And I think we heard this, right, before. I think your parents told you this, and if you didn't, well, I don't know how you don't hear this before. It's all about your actions. Words are words, actions are actions. Your words say you want to get paid. Your words saying you're a great quarterback. Your words say you have a great worth ethic, right? You have all the tangibles you want in a quarterback. You have all that. But your action says you're not a great quarterback. Your action says that you're not a guy that I'm paying top money. A guy that was a one playoff winner on his belt. A guy that thinks that he deserved more than Jalen Hurts, more than Patrick Mahomes, more than Josh Allen, more than Joe Burrow. Because your name is Lamar Jackson and you're a flashy highlight on freaking Madden on the video game. And you're a flashy highlight in highlights because you can make people juke. and they compare you to Michael Vick, which is a very much insult because it's not actually, that's an insult to Michael Vick. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Again, man, why would I pay you? Because why? You're a flashy quarterback, you can make people juke. Then just draft a running back. Exactly what they do. You need to be able to have a quarterback who can just throw the ball too. Because the quarterback is supposed to throw the ball. Running backs run. And if you can't throw the ball when your guys need you the most, especially like in clutch times, like I said, I saw the Giants game at my work. That's all I got to see from Lamar Jackson. All the rest of the stuff, man, I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, you know, he had a bad game. It happens. No, man. You should be able to throw the ball perfectly, fine, without no issues. Why are we sitting there calling Lamar Jackson? Making some excuses where he has no receivers. He don't deserve any. That's something you earn, not given. You don't earn receivers. You want them. But how do we give them to you? You can't even win right now. You won't even show up when you're supposed to. You won't do anything you need to do to show up to be the guy. Why would I give you more talent? So you can waste it? You've had a top 10 defense all through your career. Since he's been drafted, he's had receivers. Watkins was a receiver then. Might not have been special, but he was still reliable. The man has so many other different receivers. They drafted one. Who at the time, Lamar Jackson wanted the draft. Exactly who he wanted. He wanted a Bateman. They drafted him. Hell, they even traded the tight end. What's his name? Hayden Hurst. Because they were wasting his career. They traded him somewhere else. Because Lamar Jackson couldn't give him the ball. And they drafted him in the first round, I believe. So the things that I'm seeing from the Ravens are exactly what I'm hearing when I talk about Lamar Jackson. What I'm saying. We can't give you weapons. Because every time we give you new talent, you can't throw them the ball. Hell, we'd rather pay a linebacker, Roquan Smith, because he brings more to the table. He shows up in games when he doesn't want to. He doesn't quit on his team like you do. And he proves he can be the guy. Hell, I'll make even one more clear. I think Patrick Queen gets a bag before Lamar Jackson does with the Ravens. I'm not a Ravens expert. There's going to be a lot of Ravens fans going to disagree with me, I'm sure, at this stream. And if you think Lamar Jackson is a great quarterback, okay, then you don't want to win. Because you've seen quarterbacks come through like Joe Flacco. Might not be the greatest quarterback, but he won a Super Bowl for you. I'm so glad Lamar's not in Philadelphia, bro. I am so glad we didn't draft that bum. I'm so glad. He's a bum. He's a loser. What has he done? Because he makes people juke? Get the hell out of here, man. The guy's a fucking scrub, man. The guy's a bum. Flat out joke. Nude arm with no accuracy. Can't throw the ball. Has all the talent he wasted. Cries and bitch and moan he wants money. Then doesn't show for his team. Get your ass out of here. That's exactly what I say if I'm the Ravens. But I'm not the Ravens. I don't give a damn about the Ravens. But I just think it's funny people want to talk about Lamar Jackson. And I hear all the time, well, we're wasting Lamar Jackson's career. No, y'all wasting the Ravens' career with him. The Ravens are wasting their years. They wasted their years with him. Because he's a bum. And they thought they were going to get a guy that said they were going to win him a Super Bowl. And they can't even do that. He got one playoff win on his belt. Yeah, I'm not paying you top money, man. Fuck out of here. So if you want to pay a guy with one playoff win on his belt and needs an RPO system around him, you better have a great RPO system around him because he won't succeed other way. He can't succeed in the regular scheme. He's not going to succeed. He's not going to succeed unless he needs an RPO system where he's able to just either pull it or run it. He can't throw the ball.
He's inaccurate. And maybe he needs to do what Jalen Hurts did. Go learn from Tom Brady. If that's what, listen, but he's going to have to want that. And I don't know if he wants that. He just wants the bag. He wants rewards without earning it. That's what I'll say. Yeah, he does. It's crazy. And he's not a really great quarterback either. If receivers wanted to go to the Ravens, they would. Listen, man, no one's going to go to the Ravens. Not unless Lamar Jackson becomes a great quarterback, which is not going to happen. CJ isn't being held accountable for gaining the mistakes. He's being held accountable for trash. Well, he deserved to trash talk his teammate. I mean, he's a defense coordinator. Gannon is trash. Why wouldn't he do that? Look, man, is it wrong for what C.J. Gardner-Johnson said? Was he wrong for saying what he said? If he wasn't wrong, then why would, again, man, I don't get it. Jonathan Gannon cost them a Super Bowl. Jonathan Gannon made C.J. Gardner-Johnson lose a lot of value and money that he might get franchise tagged. Jonathan Gannon might have got C.J. Gardner-Johnson honestly hurt because of his stupid scheme. Jonathan Gannon is the reason why we don't have a Lombardi Trophy here. Again, lost a Super Bowl. Do I got to keep going? I don't understand. Listen, man. Think what you want to think, bro. I don't blame C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I don't know how you can blame him. It is what it is, man. It's your boy EC1.